So when last we left off, you guys had gotten to you encountered a battle between the Shadow Knight Majin and the jailer Salem. Puzzled by what was going on, it appeared that Majin was using had reclaimed some of her free will. You can assume that it was from Kuzo's final strike in the desert, in the temple. Using her free will, she, I guess, quote-unquote, blackmailed you to head into the laboratory, or the dungeon, beneath the temple, and locate a relic, a cube-shaped relic. You didn't quite make it to the end of the laboratory, or you didn't find it before the laboratory went into lockdown. Lorcian used a teleport scroll to return you to the town center, where you encountered Elysia battling the two of them by himself. Every time Majin was hit, the barrier where the villagers had been gathered would flicker. As soon as the barrier went down, Salem rushed forward, stormed Liadrin, and literally tore her heart out of her chest. Liadrin fell to the ground lifeless. The battle continued, and Majin did everything she could to maintain a protective shield around the barrier. Kuzo, in an act of desperation, called upon his now dormant magical prowess. That combined with his emissary skills of Allestries, turned what used to be a destructive flaming meteor into a purifying beam of divine light, and called it down upon Salem herself, buying you guys some time. Nightfall, having hesitated and costing someone their life, in a last-ditch effort, attempted to use the ESM, the Energy Synergy Matrix, to begin the origination protocol of Majin, returning her to a state before she was corrupted by Salem. She took on the form of, she returned to target entity ID Marisa Kirasame. With the aid of Kuzo, you returned to Lorcian's house, laid Marisa on the bed. She's unconscious right now. Nightfall, using up the last bit of power remaining within the ESM, the Energy Synergy Matrix, falls unconscious and, quote, requires recharge. Puzzled as to what this means, you return to Lorcian's home.
Where we left? Right, I was mid-dialogue with Lorcian. I was holding up the cube, like... You're gonna explain to me what this is, Lorcian.
Don't know how to explain to you what it is, I don't know myself.
You obviously know more than I do, because you're the one that fucking opened this thing up. Fiddled with it.
Well, I didn't open it up, it was Nightfall.
Hey. So you don't know anything about this at all?
I know that it was from Kione's laboratory. I know that we put it into things to make them work again. I know that it can be opened, and Nightfall opened it.
Okay, nope. Okay, and this is the same one that you bought from Eli. The same
That
one
is correct, yes. Now, if you're wondering how I got there, I know how it got there. But I don't know what it is.
How did it get there?
Lorcian is just going to hand Kuzo the note that was inside.
Okay. Handouts. You're handing him the note that was inside the ESM?
Yeah.
Okay. Nope. Kuzo.
Kuzo takes the letter and starts reading it.
While Kuzo is reading the letter, Glacius, using his telepathy, his group telepathy, to speak to the both of you simultaneously. While you guys look after what I could only assume is this creature, I will patrol around the village and see if any more threats lurk. You seem to be in far worse shape than I am. And he will head out the door.
Be careful.
Travel magic light.
By the way, this time counts as a rest for all of you.
A long or a short one?
That's up to you.
I will take a long rest, thank you very much.
Alright, then. Let me update my sheet.
Cole, don't you have a resource that we manage on your red bar?
I think so. My token keeps breaking in the red bar, doesn't it?
Last resource. Keep 2 of 5.
How much time has passed since the last update on the time?
We'll say about 2 hours.
Alright.
I guess it's just not bound to your token, Cole.
Weird.
There we go.
Once Kuzo reaches the bottom of the letter and he sees the PS, just immediately. Even the letter warned you not to ask where Eli got his fucking shit from. Come on.
Okay, now consider this.
Yeah.
I just told you that this letter was inside of it.
Okay.
Now, how could I have read it if he had it and it didn't get opened until we were in the laboratory?
Just the unamused, exhausted look on Kuzo's face, just bags under his eyes, like, really?
Yes, really. Oh my god, I have to reset Roll20. It froze.
One long rest gets rid of one exhaustion level, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, specifically, it's one long rest in a comfortable place. So you can't be camping. You have to be like in a tavern or something.
Yeah.
In a like comfortable area. So you can't be cold or anything like that. Unless your creature thrives on cold, and then yes, you need to be like in a fridge or something.
Okay, so some time travelers got affected by the explosion in the desert? How much of a fucking effect did we have?
We blew up the entire damn continent, Kuzo. That's a lot of effect.
But affecting an... Ugh.
It affects this timeline, it affected the last one too. Why wouldn't it affect the other ones? If there are indeed other ones.
Okay.
Well, that's that.
Well,
Find
looking
somewhere
at
to
it,
rest, I guess.
yeah, I'm going to. Go over to this chair over here and just sit down.
Put Nightfall on the you can lay on the couch.
Nightfall, I put on a cushion on the couch.
Could put the cushion on the chair and have some place to lay.
No. Yep, I'm just gonna rest upright.
That would not
Alright.
count as comfortable, Cole. You would keep your exhaustion.
Ah, fuck. Alright.
What I just tell you?
Alright then. You can pick up Nightfall that's on the pillow, carry it over, drop it on the chair.
Lifts it up, bounces
It's
it,
just like-
bounces Nightfall right in the fire.
Starts processing my environment a little bit. Say, Lorcian, quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
Why do you have that? You see him point to...
Are you talking about my mantelpiece that holds my mirror?
That's not a mantelpiece. Your mantle. This is your mantle. This is the piece. It's bigger than your mantle.
Your mantelpiece is an Iron Maiden with a mirror at the bottom of it.
Historical value.
It's an Iron Maiden. So, Kuzo, what you're looking at, it's an Iron Maiden. The doors are open, spikes revealed, and in like the chest part where you normally put a person is a ornate mirror. Inside this Iron Maiden.
So, again, why do you have a mirror inside an Iron Maiden?
Where else are you going to put a fucking Iron Maiden?
Where did
I
you
left it
even
outside
get
the
that?
house.
Where did you even get that?
Kuzo, as you go to look over at Lorcian, he is completely obscured by a wilting fern. It is very slowly wilting, though.
Lorcian, how recently did you water your plant? There, because it appears to be dying at a fast rate.
You have to remember, Kuzo. We're not from here. I don't know how long ago it was watered.
I mean, you were in here earlier when we rested up after.
Well, I thought I had watered my own damn plant.
As you guys are talking about it, Lorcian, you watch as the leaves curl up. Actually, you watch the leaves curl up a little bit more.
Oh. Can I make an Arcana?
Sure.
Because that is not supposed to happen.
I don't know what ferns look like when they wilt, okay?
Okay.
Look at these thumbs. Do these look like they're green to you? No, they're brown, okay? These thumbs are meant for bombing people.
Okay. It's not meant... Hold on a minute. I I gotta process that one. Hold on. You're not supposed to be able to just watch a plant wither in front of you.
True.
24.
Given your prowess with magical nature, you can tell that the life energy from this plant is being sucked away.
I'm gonna
Like, vacuumed away.
take a good 10 minutes to cast and ritual detect magic.
Oh, boy. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. Maris, are you still here?
He left. I think he
Motherfucker left. Yeah, so your detect magic. It detects magic.
Holy fuck!
Alright, so you are getting divine magic coming off this homeboy over here. I don't know if I was
Alright.
get there.
He's representing. Alright, let's go.
You are getting spatial magic coming off of this thing over here.
Alright.
Okay. Various kinds of magic coming from this desk. None of it, all of it seems to be, you know, alchemical, so transmutation, abjuration and conjuration, I think.
Alright.
But when you look over at Marisa, who's calmly asleep on your bed, it's like staring up at the night sky.
Alright.
Stars and all that fancy jazz. Coming off Nightfall, you can see various kinds of magic. One of them being, well, one of them is divine magic, but you can also see what looks like green particles very slowly, you know, being pulled out of this plant and into Nightfall.
Motherfuckers eating my plant even in her goddamn sleep.
Additionally, where is it? Here it is. As you look over at Nightfall sitting on the couch, she's like sprawled out asleep like this.
Alright. Well, I will take Kuzo's advice, and I will water my plant.
Good plan. I'm ready for you to roll torrential water and just destroy the plant.
I honestly, not gonna lie, I thought about it.
Don't. That would actually destroy your plant.
I 100% thought about it. So we will go to outside question mark? Yeah.
Let's just say this blue crystal here is a water crystal. You'll use that.
Alright. Now, where's the blue crystal? I didn't see where you pinged. Okay. Then we'll pick that up and bring it back.
Yeah, and you kind of just place the crystal in the pot, and the plant starts, like, unwilting, and then wilting just as fast. It's kind of like in a half state of purgatory, because as fast as it's regaining energy, it is also losing it.
I've just doomed this plant into eternal purgatory.
Yes. Roll to
You're
doom.
hungry, constantly eating while asleep, even. That's impressive.
Hey man, sleep eating is a real thing. It affects, like, a percentage of Americans, probably. 4 hours have passed, by the way.
Doom plant. Gonna put that on a sheet for real, aren't you?
not putting it on your fucking.
You just go abnormally quiet, and all we hear is tick, 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 click.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
All right. Well, that's happened.
We should probably address the elephant in the room. In this case. Kuzo gets up. Okay, so... What do you... okay.
Well, there it is. What about it, Kuzo?
Oh, I'm really exhausted. I just hallucinated an elephant for a second. So we just turned one of the jailer's minions. One of the jailers, plural. One of their minions. Back.
Uh-huh. Meanwhile, while Kuzo's trying to think of what he says, Lorcian's going to start cleaning up.
Hey, you can't press digitate this.
I understand. That's why I didn't roll it.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
But I can prestidigitate and clean the books, but not the mess that they make.
The books aren't actually dusty, they're just worn. Lorcian in this timeline is a huge fucking nerd.
It happens.
It happens.
What do you think the odds are that fucking Salem's gonna be pissed that we did this? Because, like...
Well, I would say the odds are a good 100%, considering how she acted whenever Majin decided to decided to try to free herself.
That looked worse than I thought it would.
Yeah,
Oh,
that really...
It really did.
Wide. We even have a plan now, because, like... Pretty sure that counted as... false, air quotes, the attack that you were talking about.
Well, I don't know, Kuzo. I mean, you need to rest. We all need to rest. And I have to get this place cleaned up. And we have to, well, wait for Nightfall to wake up and Glacius to return. We've got a lot of shit we need to do here before we can just waltz on out of here.
You're right. Ugh.
Do you have a plan, Kuzo, for what we should do next?
I have no clue. We're dealing with fucking seemingly an enemy that can appear out of nowhere, literally just teleporting wherever they please, and destroying anything whenever they want to.
Anyways, so Lorcian was cleaning up some books, and Kuzo was chillaxing on the couch.
Yeah, that's exactly what was happening.
He watered the plant and put it in perpetual fucking
Agony.
This is mainly just all you guys doing stuff. There's not a lot for me to DM here. I'm just here to occasionally do a strange gesture and make you guys stew.
I see.
You.
Also to make us as uncomfortable as possible.
True. Go do stuff.
I'm trying. I'm waiting for Kuzo's response
I'm
on my
waiting
idea.
for.
What was your question?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Yeah, that's fair. What idea did you have? You said that you're asking me if I had one. Did you have one for what to do after this?
I said no. I don't.
All right then. Well, I'm trying, man. I really am.
Kuzo can do shit.
I were able to finish a sentence. If there's not anything else, then Kuzo gonna wait a little bit.
Don't fucking make me kick this shit off early, man. Because I fucking will.
I am actually trying my ass off here. I'm trying to think of a conversation that, would relate to, okay, what are your thoughts on what we should do next? I know you don't have ideas, but let's bounce some things off back and
Dude. You have an immortal enemy, basically, that's like an immune to time manipulation and altering it. You just appear out of nowhere and seemingly just turn more and more people into minions. Ugh.
well, we've been really patient, and we've managed to save one of them, at least. We know what needs to be done.
Yeah, one of them.
Why
Who knows
wouldn't
how many? Who
that
knows how
help
many
the other
more?
ones?
Yeah, but who knows how many more that? Okay, why am I rotating? Who knows how many more she's got? Fucking, just waiting.
I do.
With what happened at the desert, you and that attack you made, we've managed to purify. That's the word that I'm going to call it. Purify one of them, and we have the means to possibly, maybe, do it again.
Okay. Well, what's stopping or just turning more when we're not paying attention, like going to somewhere else? Like, oh, just go to whatever city on the other side of the planet and just start turning an entire population into minions. Nothing.
No, that's true, but that's why we have to find a way to stop them from doing that. There has to be some sort of way to prevent that from happening, or else they would have
Tristan,
done it
turn
already.
it down.
What?
It's too loud.
What is?
The music.
It's
I'm-
not?
You can turn it down on your end too, man.
Yeah.
You have your own volume slider. It's the third icon from the right.
It's actually under the cog, under settings. It should be master music volume level.
Yeah, but it just boosted to like 100 for some reason.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. And nothing's changed on the master side, so it's client. The jukebox on Roll20 is completely controlled by the client. So I didn't do it. I literally didn't do anything. There's nothing I can do to make it louder for you.
Wrong.
Okay, sorry. I thought everybody was hearing that.
Nope.
Just you
No,
and your
I was
weird
gonna
ass
say.
audio equipment.
Just the intensity that is you.
Keep going. Don't mind me.
I am minding you a whole lot. But if that were a possibility, I'm sure they would have done it already, wouldn't they?
Maybe. Ugh.
I mean, from what I'm gathering, they've had all this time to do whatever it is that they've wanted to do, and I'm surprised that they haven't done it yet. Or as far as I know, they have, and they just now want, to go fuck around.
You got a point there. Could just be taunting us endlessly.
Perhaps. I figure it this way. If there is something that is that is going to happen, it's going to happen anyway without our input.
You're right, I suppose.
We just have to prepare for what's to come ahead in whatever way we can.
You're right.
And I suppose that's what I have to say on that matter. Who the hell let it get this messy?
You did, apparently?
Touche.
Not gonna lie, looking at this mess from over here, alternate you a bit of a slob.
Yeah. But everything else seems to be organized.
Mhm. Wait a minute, only those are stacked. Are they, looking at the pile, are they neatly stacked, or are they just, like, thrown all over the place? Like, some half open, some closed?
So the pile is like they're in like columns of books. The shelves are full of books, and then there's some
Yeah.
on the floor in stacks, varying heights of stacks. I wouldn't say neatly. They're just kind of like you don't read books. I don't know how to describe this. They're kind of just stacked on top, kind of haphazardly. They're stable, so they're not falling over or anything. But they're not like neatly or anything like that. Not OCD level, I guess.
It is slowly turning to OCD level, though. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep picking up books in this area and just stacking them, putting on the shelf, and doing whatever.
Okay.
I get up off the sofa.
Shouldn't you be resting, Kuzo?
Yeah, I should.
Look, I can do this by myself.
I'm not getting up to help. Just
Yeah, I'm not getting to help. Fuck you, Ryuzo.
Hey, Lorcian.
Hey, fuck you, Lorcian.
That's pretty fucking
Just
Go
start
fucking help
looking at
yourself.
just start looking at the various things on this table here.
Okay. On the table, you can see a red crystal. The blue crystal isn't there anymore. It's in the fucking fern. A crystal ball that looks like it's got, think like a snow globe, but it has like a nebula inside. A green crystal, some blank scrolls, you know, an ink and quill, a lantern, and this. It looks like a stone tablet with a small glowing rune on it.
Interesting collection of stuff you got here.
Gonna be
I would
entirely
say so.
honest, I'm really disappointed Kuzo didn't say interesting collection of fat swag.
I have no idea what it all is.
Great, so the possibility of this randomly exploding just increased 5%.
Well, you never know until you start fucking with it. It could explode, and it might not. Or it might have already exploded.
Look here, I don't see any scorch marks, so...
You also don't see that that house is not destroyed.
That too.
Could have just rebuilt.
Nightfall begins to stir
Nani?
on the pillow.
The fern is finally free from its eternal agony.
It's overflowing with water.
Nightfall kind of sits up, kind of, half asleep, dazed. Goes to, like, stretch. Ow! And then, clasp onto her left arm. Just kind of peers over the edge of the couch, looking around.
Oh, you're awake, finally.
Lorcian? Kuzo?
Hey. You alright?
He froze mid-frame, so it's just a blurry fucking...
Oh no.
You just...
Someone trapped him in there. Get him out. Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card bullshit.
Sent to the Shadow Realm. You there?
Nightfall
Okay, okay.
flies up and approaches. Did we win?
We drove him back for now. Winning, though?
We won the battle, but not the war.
Yeah.
And the mean lady? Is she gone?
She is on the bed, and I hope not mean
Wait.
anymore.
Which one?
I hope you're not me.
The one that Kuzo was afraid of.
Which one?
That's not helping, Nightfall. Specific.
Kuzo called her Majin?
Ah, yes. Rip Kuzo, by Kuzo. Yes, Majin. The fuck is Kuzo doing?
What happened to him? He's
he
deafened and he's like on what?
He was behind his desk. I think. No? Okay.
He could have at least said something.
Wrong. It's Kuzo. He's deaf. Oh, there he is.
Sorry about that. Had the speedrun tech support. Interesting, you alright?
Yes, I'm waiting for you to do stuff.
Okay, so... I'm sorry. Last thing I heard was...
My camera's aimed up high because I'm supposed to be standing over there.
Okay, so last thing Nightfall said was the mean lady, or Majin, yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that was a Majin. Although after you used the cube on her, seems to have uncorrupted her.
Are you still scared of her?
No. Or confused.
It's good to hear, Kuzo.
And also... feeling I'm forgetting something.
Boy! I have that feeling all the time.
Now you don't have to be angry or upset anymore.
There's still going to be plenty of situations where I'm going to get angry, mainly because of the destruction and death that's happening. We lost one of the villagers during that attack, which is not good at all.
Which reminds me, I should probably assist in the rites that are usually held after.
Okay.
A sad expression crosses Nightfall's face as she recalls the moments of hesitation. I'm sorry. I was so scared. I didn't mean for her to die.
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault, Nightfall.
But if I'd been faster...
If you'd been faster, there's no telling what might have actually happened. For all we know...
While you would have been focused on aiming this cube to add Majin over here. Didn't the cube say something, or
needed to be recharged.
it said a target name, didn't it?
I think so. KYVV4LL.
No, that was mentioning like a recharge station?
Yeah.
That's not what I was meaning when I said target name. Because it turns and looks
Oh.
at.
Marisa. I butchered that. All right. Help me, DM.
Marisa. Her name is Marisa.
Kuzo just stops for a moment. Starts thinking, why does that name sound so familiar?
Great question.
Well, how long do you think it'll... Oh shit, that's right, the goblin. Do you think the goblins have showed up yet, or do you think they're still making their way here?
They're probably waiting for us to go escort them back. They said it'd take a day to prepare, and it hasn't been a full day yet. We've got time.
No, no, I'm pretty sure it has been a full day. No, it had... Look at it.
That six-winged person that attacked us, she also attacked Ardenweald.
She did.
Ramirez and I had been sent to retrieve a essence fruit, and we went to the essence orchard, but
Wait,
it was all
yeah.
destroyed.
Ramirez? You knew Ramirez?
I did. She was one of my friends.
We also met Ramirez.
Oh, is she doing well?
Right now, I do not know.
That was a while ago.
There's a whole incident
Well-
where we had to save her from an anti-magic cage.
Well, I should say a while from now.
We had been sent to retrieve an essence fruit, but we were attacked. That six-winged lady, she came after us and almost killed us. The guardian of the Essence Essence Orchard, Arlon, he gave his life to protect us.
You see,
She killed him violently. Ramirez and I flew off to go defend the Fae Queen.
I see.
My memories are still a little... I don't remember everything.
Don't feel bad, Nightfall. I'm in the same boat right now, too.
That makes 3 of us.
What does she want? The six-wing lady.
I don't know.
I have no clue.
I believe we'll find out eventually, though. Whether it'll be good or not, that's another question.
I'm about 99% sure it won't be good.
Oh. Okay.
By the way, okay.
Probably should change the music now. The tone has shifted.
By the way, Nightfall, did you started eating plants in your sleep?
What do you mean? How could I eat if I'm asleep?
Absorb would be a better word.
While you were sleeping, this fern over here, how's it looking, by the way?
Full of water.
The crystal isn't pouring water out of it. Fern's looking healthier than it did a little while ago.
Yeah, this thing was wilting earlier while you were sleeping at a rapid pace.
But why do you think it had something to do with me?
Well, I casted Detect Magic and I had a look. And there was a fine line of green something. Green energy connecting you and my plant.
Nightfall begins to look over her body to see if there was any green line that Lorcian was talking about.
Not where I thought you were taking
I don't see anything.
Have you casted Detect Magic? Exactly.
I can try that. Is Nightfall...
I don't know if you'll see anything now because you're awake. And the fern isn't in a perpetual state of agony anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lorcian. I didn't mean to hurt your plant.
Don't apologize to me, apologize to the fucking fern.
Who's the lady on the bed?
That is the one that Kuzo referred to as Majin. Or, well, was.
She doesn't look like Majin.
Yeah, well, getting hit by that cube that apparently fixes things, quote unquote. Wait, did Kuzo hear the exact phrasing from the, out of character, did Kuzo hear the phrase from the Arbiter re-originating?
Everything the Arbiter said, you all heard it.
Okay. They quote unquote re-originated her. And came out looking like that. Blinding white light.
My food is here. I will be right back. You guys can
Nope.
keep going.
Re-originate mean?
I was hoping you would know.
Oh, why would I know something like that?
Well, those words came from you.
Oh. I don't know. I wish I knew big words like that. I just remember walking up to Majin. And that was it.
Well, what happened is you fixed Majin.
Was she broken?
In a matter of speaking, yes.
But she's fixed now?
Seems that way.
Oh, that's good.
Very good.
And you think this six-wing lady will come back?
I don't know.
I do.
Well, let's ask the ominous whispering voice that's in the room with us.
Loser.
Is the village still in danger?
I hope not. But it seems the time that the attack should have happened has passed, and everything seems to be fine. I have a few things I need to do before we leave.
You'll be leaving the village?
Well, we have other things we need to fix. Staying here isn't going to get the job done.
Can I still come with you, Lorcian?
Of course. I would love to have you with us.
Hey, thank you, Lorcian. Nightfall flies over.
Just picks up a book and
Kisses Lorcian on the cheek.
Lorcian's going to take a glance to Nightfall. You don't need to do that, but thank you. And no problem.
Okay, Lorcian, give me a Constitution saving throw or get cooties.
Oh, fuck.
I'm kidding.
All right,
here.
here.
Do that.
Wait, can I just use jar?
No. Where the fuck did Cole go?
Jeff. That's where he went.
God damn it.
So what is it like in Ardenweald Nightfall?
Fucking
Cool.
hyperspeed tech support. Ugh. What? Sorry. Okay, so what were we saying?
Ardenweald. It's home to all types of fae. Sprites, tree ants, spirits, fairies, satyr. Everything is magical to some degree. But apparently it's difficult for mortals to live there. I don't know what a mortal is.
Well, to explain it simply, it's other people that are none of the, I guess, species that live in that you just described. So, like,
We are mortals.
yeah.
Most of the people you find here are mortals.
Oh. So then it'd be hard for you to come to Ardenweald.
So I've been told.
Yeah.
there's a gigantic tree that we call the Celestial Gate.
Just one?
It's really big. Nightfall like spreads her hands out.
My, that is really big.
Nightfall, as you see Kuzo approaching you, despite the fact you guys are kind of relaxing for a little bit, you're trying to recover your strength, Kuzo just looks absolutely exhausted.
Kuzo? You don't look so good.
He still looks very exhausted. Ugh. That last move he did during the fight against fucking Salem fucking drained me to all hell.
You should go have a sleep.
I've been telling him that too.
Ugh, I probably should, I guess.
Couch is open now, buddy.
Queen Kione lives in the Celestial Gate, and there are 12 portals inside, but 6 of them are missing.
Hmm.
I don't know much about them.
Do you recognize anything at all from them? Are they like the ones that we found down in that one place?
No, it's different.
I see. Is... Well...
I used to play with my friends. The other Fate. There was Ramirez, Dreamweaver, Knucklevy, and Cheerno. I haven't seen them for some time, though.
They didn't follow you here?
My memory's fuzzy. I don't know. And I hope they're okay.
I hope so too. So, you mentioned something, I think, a while ago about Big Fae. Bigger Fae, right?
The angels.
Yes. What are their purpose?
I'm not too sure what their purpose was, but Queen Keone made them.
She didn't share any of that with you? Or do you just not remember?
I don't know. I never talked to them.
How many were there?
There were 6.
6. Well, that's good.
There was Avison, Meliodas, Zusai. Those are the only 3 that I know. And
All right.
Avison was a gentle soul. She encouraged harmony between everyone. She went through the Celestial Gate with the other angels, but never returned.
I see. We've met Avison before. Me and Kuzo.
Oh. She
After that, I believe she was doing just fine.
Oh, that's good.
And what does the Essence Orchard do?
The Essence Orchard was where all the souls are collected and then rebirthed to become new. Arlon was the caretaker. He'd look after the souls until they had gotten strong enough to return to where they'd come from to begin again.
Well, what happens now that it's gone?
I don't know. If the souls aren't going to be rebirthed, then the souls are either lost or aimlessly searching.
Is there a way to fix it that you would know of?
Queen Keone would certainly know.
Perhaps something in one of her laboratories could also be of use in fixing it.
I hope so.
Shines a little bit of hope on the situation.
Yeah, it was a terrifying sight. Seeing the essence orchard destroyed. All the trees had been burned to ash, and all the essence fruits had been destroyed. One tree had a phrase carved into it. Can you see me? But there was no one around. Ramirez said that it was immortal magic mixed with death magic that caused this. I don't understand it, but
I do a lot more now. So Lorcian's going to continue stacking up his books, hopefully soon finishing. I don't quite recognize this one. And Lorcian will pick up this one here. Yeah.
Beneath the stack of books, you find one unique spellbook. It's distinguishably different from the rest. It appears to be partially buried under the desk and under the stack of books. It appears to be a one of Lorcian's spellbooks. Or should I say one of Ryoso's spellbooks.
We'll open it up and have a look inside.
And as you go to open the book, you guys hear a loud, gut-wrenching howl coming from outside. I don't actually have a howl sound effect, so just imagine it.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you do. Don't you? On your fucking.
What the fuck howls like that?
What? What? What?
Oh, hey, no, close right. Ow!
Kuzo just wakes up startled. What?
Oh, I don't need two of these.
that wasn't Glacy, was it?
It might have been. Lorcian is going to put the book on his bag, and rush to the door. Not with the arrow.
Kuzo gets up and starts running towards the door.
Here we go.
Nightfall
Not that
zigzags to
easy.
the door.
Okay. As you guys exit Lorcian's house, you are greeted with the sight of Glacius' head. A trail of blood leads further out to the village, where Lorcian and Kuzo, you see two familiar sights, I suppose you could say.
Oh, we've met all these guys. Not
Okay.
just two.
Nope, you've met two.
We've actually met this one before. And I believe this is the one that's... Oh, I don't know. Did we... What is this one?
No,
Let me
we
check.
I'm the DM. I know which ones
Okay,
you've met.
I'm sorry. I swear that I've seen that one.
You have seen it, but not in character.
Okay.
Anyways. Yes. So what do you guys do?
See, no!
Only his head would be over here.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, just his head. Okay.
It's just his head.
No.
Lacey, no, come on! Why is this happening?
He immediately glares towards where the blood trail leads.
Kuzo, you follow the blood trail, and it leads to this one.
We're not getting out of this alive. In any form.
You'll pay for hurting Lacey!
Kuzo just immediately starts running and following the blood trail.
Okay. I will put you here.
Oh,
Lorcian,
shit.
or Nightfall.
jumped.
Nightfall. Runs up to them, beeline, goes back. Oh, wait a minute, I'm still over here. Nightfall.
Runs up to them.
Flying
Runs away.
in with Kuzo.
You're flying in with Kuzo. As you go to, you're trailing behind Kuzo, you are snatched out of the air by this gigantic monster's hand. I guess it would be like over here then. Lorcian.
Well, I'll run to here. I've observed magic can at least damage Executioner.
Alrighty. Roll for encounter. I like how Timothy is the only one in initiative.
I collect Timothy and not me.
He's got it, boys.
Timothy, you
won.
got this. You got this. You'll be fine. I have full trust in Timothy and his ability to handle Executioner. All by himself. Go, Timothy. I choose you. Starts a Pokemon battle with Executioner.
Master, I know you mean that to be honorable in some capacity, but I am quite literally the only one you could choose. Alright, Lorcian, the ground shaking as you watch as Executioner makes his way toward you. Oh, here we go, boys. Hopefully my microphone can reach this far. I've got to stand for this shit. Okay, Lorcian, you're up first. What are you doing? Executioner's coming up. He's got his big ass sword, and he's about to bring it down on you. Go.
All right.
Take your turn.
Well, I am going to put down a arcane rift, and I am going to jump through it, hoping to appear back from whence I came, from whence he came, here-ish.
Okay, sure. Put your character there.
And I would like to immediately start etching this into the ground once I actually get to it.
Uh-oh, what did I just do? Oh, there's a way to pop the chat out. I don't remember how. Shit. Does anyone remember how to pull the chat into a new window?
Click the chat button twice.
Hey! And it Thank you. This will help me keep track of what's going on. Okay, yes, you draw the rune in the ground. It is now active. What else would you like to do?
I will cast Slow on Executioner.
Okay.
I cannot roll Slow because it is not in my spell list, but with this, I do not have to have it there.
What?
What?
Yep.
Okay, but you should still have it on your spell list so you can roll it. So I can see what
Alright,
slow does.
I will then go find Slow while someone else takes their turn.
That's not how this works.
Alright, great. Here we go. Slow.
Yes, you are.
Nope. That is not spells. God damn it.
Where's my kill Lorcian specifically?
I am trying my damnedest here.
Slow.
There you go.
Succeed. Wisdom saving throw will be affected by the spell for the duration. -2 penalty AC and saving throws can't use reactions on his turn. Yeah, okay. You have slowed him down as he begins to stomp toward you. He suddenly slows down as soon as he gets hit with the brunt of that spell.
I will then use the other effect of this this rune and cast Haste on myself.
Okay, yeah, you've empowered your feet and now you are much faster. Just gonna go ahead and make Executioner a bit more threatening by turning him around.
Just starts moonwalking towards Lorcian.
So he gets about this far. I'm gonna get rid of this orange line.
Yep. I will then start to back up, trying to keep him at least arm's reach. Uh-oh. And I will throw... You know what? We'll finally cast this spell.
Torrential water. Okay. Creatures. Executioner. What's he gotta make? Strength save? It's -2.
Yes.
Because it's slow, right?
Yep. Beats it.
17. Half damage. What's half a, what is that? What would that be? 21?
Yeah, 21 is 10.
Thank you. Okay. Nightfall. You have been grappled by Brawler. She just kind of throws you onto the ground. What do you do?
Ow! So I'm like on my back on the ground?
You would have already gotten to your feet, so you're on your feet now. But you are standing on the ground.
You! I will make you pay! With the Mutinaster in hand, Nightfall aims at this creature.
Ability broke.
What
What the actual fuck have you done to your sheet, man?
I haven't done anything.
Did something wrong.
It's gotta be your
Marius.
browser. Like, Chrome doesn't have these problems.
What is he using?
Firefox.
Oh, there's what's why.
He's using
inferior
Ryozo.
browser.
He's using Ryozo.
What were you trying to cast?
Fireball.
you can only cast it at that level because you don't actually have Fireball.
Nice.
Where's my chat log? Where's my chat log? Oh, it's over here. Yeah. Okay. So you point your rapier at her, and you just shoot out a fireball at her. It hits her and appears to be scathing. Yeah, so she kind of reels back, and then you just kind of hear her laughing, and she, like, goes to throw one hell of a punch at you. Oh my god, this punch fucking sucks. I should have pre-rolled all the attacks. Just do fixed damage.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Does that help you, Marius?
Oh, fuck.
Does that help you?
No.
Every time.
Yeah.
You've used it twice, and every time. Okay, so yeah, and that hit is devastating. She hits you for 89.
Ow.
Big save.
Strike save would be knocked back 10 feet.
Disadvantage.
Actually gone.
Okay, move back 10
Home
feet.
run.
Move back 10 feet. Kuzo.
Okay. Still charging up, fucking immediately. Soul weapon, just fucking drawn out.
Okay, yeah. As you hold your hand out to pull out your soul weapon, you pull out a
Broken, or longsword, or like the great
broken,
sword.
broken greatsword.
As I go for the swing, not even realizing that it's broken still. Just
Roll
going
for your
right
swing.
for it. Yep. For a swing.
Yeah, as you slash right across this creature.
And then immediately go for another one.
Okay, just go.
1, 2, 3.
Now, if you have your multi-attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you managed to land all 3 attacks using your fury at what happened to Glacius to your advantage. What was the third number? 27?
Yeah.
Back to Lorcian. It's top of the round. Lorcian, all 3 of you start to see in the center of the town a large, ominous, like purple glowing mass of energy is starting to form in the center of the town. It emits a devastating amount of magic pressure, and you feel like it's just pressing you down into the ground. It's not actually, it's pressing you down into the ground. Lorcian, you're up. Executioner continues closer to you.
I am going to send Timothy to the medic's house.
Okay? As you're commanding Timothy to get closer to you.
Further away from me.
Sorry. Sorry. As you're commanding Timothy, Executioner is getting closer to you. As you see, he winds up his sword and is about to bring it down on you.
I'd like to try and dive between his fucking legs.
Give me a dex saving throw. I don't have a lot of space to actually swing this weapon, or I will hit numerous amounts of tech.
28.
Okay. As you dive, you go to dive to, you duck to try and dive under his legs. He sees what you're trying to do and slams his sword down in front of you as you dive into the front end of his blade. In the meantime, what's Timothy doing? He's at the medic's house.
He's trying to inform. He's going to run up to Lothamar and inform everyone to run, to leave, get out of there. They're back, and in numbers.
All right. My master has requested that you evacuate the immediate vicinity. Post haste. Everyone looks around confused, not realizing that it's Timothy and that he can talk.
Nutty?
The three of them run past Timothy, making their way out. Lorthamar and Sarilana continue toward the temple. And as they're continuing, Amica is like, "No, this time we fight." And with like a leap, she kind of sprouts wings from like her lower back, dragon wings, and like flies up on top of the medic's house. Lorthamar and Sarilana stay behind because they're not about to abandon their oracle. And you guys can see Amica on top of the house. She puts her hands together, and you feel like the entire area, you feel the entire area fill with a power as she begins one of her chants.
Can I have Timothy hop onto Amica as she exits the
You
building?
just walk up the wall.
You know what?
Yes,
Good
he has
point.
climb. He has climb.
Yeah, I forgot he actually had a climbing speed. I forgot he was an actual spider.
Yes. I need all of you on your character sheets to enable the first damage modifier that says Warcry of the Ascari.
Alright.
Lorcian, you feel like a swell of a sudden surge of power. What do you do?
I am going to go for the most powerful thing I can cast.
That'd be magic cannon, but you don't have magic cannon.
You know, magic cannon would be great right now. I'm not gonna lie. Let's make it Firestorm.
Okay, where are you placing all the firestorms?
I will get my magic draw tool out.
If you would like, I will allow you to place them all in the same place.
I can, and they will all overlap the damage?
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck Executioner.
And you delete yourself!
Actually, no, I'm going to fuck myself. Never mind.
Good job.
Don't mind me.
His most powerful attack.
It's killing myself. My most powerful attack.
Self-vaporization.
What the hell just happened?
Delete himself again.
I was trying to delete the line.
Did you delete yourself again?
I was trying to delete the line, I'm sorry.
Just fucking leave the line, that's fine. Oh my god. Oh, I should have rehearsed this better. I didn't account for levels of stupid. This fucked my roll 22, so now I have to reload. This is not focused.
This is me, this is not me.
This is the lowest amount available. Try again. 23, 23. Okay. I guess that's all. Okay, Kuzo, or the fuck, who are you again? Lorcian. Firestorm. How many of these storms does it put out? 10?
10.
Oh yeah. As you erect your firestorm kind of just becomes like a tornado of flame, and you just envelop Executioner in it, and all you can hear coming from inside the tornado is and you're reminded of who Executioner really was. Nightfall. In the distance, you see a very tall, flaming pillar kind of just arise out of the ground in the distance, and then you hear a howl, a demonic howl. Meanwhile, Brawler is coming up to you with this creature, with her one gigantic, monstrous hand, is making her way toward you. What do you do?
Mutinaster in hand, Nightfall aims it at the ground beneath this creature. Gravity.
Gravity well. Okay, so as she's like dragging her one arm behind you, ready to like wind up a punch, and then suddenly she kind of like freezes, her legs shaking, and she's being pulled into the ground. You kind of hear her crying. What do you do?
We're still using combat turns,
Go,
right?
go, just go.
What?
I will tell you when
okay.
your turn is over. You gotta just trust me on this.
Oh.
You need to stop. As Nightfall holds out her free hand.
Okay.
Disintegrate.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No.
Yeah, as you fire just a thin hairline beam. What we got here? What is that, like 125? Kuzo, as you are engaged in sword combat with Piercer, a very thin laser beam kind of zips past you, hitting Piercer.
Okay.
What do you do? As she is winding up to run you through with her blade.
Immediately taking the advantage of the laser hitting, and is like, just as she's winding up, the beam hits.
Yeah, so
Or-
she's kind of like stunned for a second there. You have a
Then
moment of
immediately-
opportunity. Go.
Immediately taking that fucking chance, I immediately go for a slash right at her wrist where she's holding her weapon to try to chop off her hand.
Oh, okay. Give me your attack.
Fucking
Man, I wish I had my smaller sword.
immediately going for,
I'm still over here.
and if that swing does not go through all the way, or it's just fucking jams, then immediately going for another swing.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, so
just
you claw, you first strike, slices her hand right off. Her hand falls to the ground. A black blood oozes everywhere. Her blade on the ground. What do you do? Next attack.
next attack goes for a fucking strike right at the other hand, just so she.
Oh, you're gonna
So she-
cut off both her hands.
This, yeah.
Okay. So she is like this, about to run you through. You slice off this hand here. So she kind of thrusts at you, and you sidestep it and bring your blade down, slicing her arm off. As she kind of
Yeah.
reaches to pick up the blade with her other hand, you cut off her other hand. There is black blood everywhere. Roll your final attack.
And then finally, with that, I fucking do a jamming strike right to the back of her legs. And fucking just yell, "Stay the fuck down!"
Yeah. I gotta roll your damage here. Okay. Yeah, so the Shadow Knight has been like effectively dismembered and she's just like a torso on the ground. Her limbs scattered about. Black blood seeps into the ground.
Yeah, immediately turn my attention towards the one channeling the orb right now. Or at least,
Okay, your turn's over. Lorcian.
I am going to stand up, and I'm going to use an arcane rift and appear here. I am then going to stand back on the rune that is etched into the ground. I'm going to point my hand at Kuzo, and I'm going to cast haste with a meta magic of extended spell, or not extended, distance spell.
Alrighty. Nightfall. In the distance, you just watch Kuzo like slice the Shadow Knight to pieces, and then suddenly he's enveloped with like almost like the winds carry him, and he's moving. He suddenly moves a lot faster. But Brawler's closing. No, she's not. She's stuck in place, being pinned down by gravity, but trying desperately to move. She's starting to break through your spell. You see her legs start to lift. What do you do? Her leg is now free, and she's taking a step.
So I'm gonna zip around.
Okay.
This puts some distance.
She is now halfway out of the room.
I turn back and, rapier in hand, I fire off Ice Lance.
Okay, roll Ice Lance. I'm ready for it to break. Okay, good.
Oh shit.
75. Alright. She's broken out of your spell. She manages to break through just out of sheer rage. Steps out of the glyph, turns around, and almost like instantaneously leaps toward you. And it closed all of my sheets because Roll20 broke Magic Reloaded. What are we up against, brother? There we go. So she leaps so hard, you watch as the ground underneath her feet like fractures and like spreads apart, like an explosion just went off, and she leaps at you with like insane amount of force. It's like being hit by a large elephant. I need a strength saving throw. Well, first off, it's 28 hit you, and can you do anything about it?
No. It does hit, but I can't do anything.
Alrighty. So you are hit and just thrown, sent flying back. And I'll put you about here. Kuzo.
Yeah?
You watch as Nightfall just gets slammed. You hear the ground to your left, and it just explodes and shatters as you see Nightfall go flying. She whizzes past your face. What do you do?
Immediately run to try to catch Nightfall before she...
With your haste spell, you can run faster than she's going flying. Give me sleight of hand. See if you can catch her without breaking her arm this time. I will give you advantage because of the desperation.
And once I immediately catch her...
Nightfall, the damage you would have taken from that blow is negated by Kuzo catching you. He manages to embrace the impact. Kuzo, the damage is redirected to you. What else do you do?
Fine. I endure the damage, then once, which is 66.
Yes. 66
And immediately,
you
once...
can resist that.
I do not. Once taking the damage and stopping Nightfall, I immediately use the momentum from the impact of that to keep going forward and running.
Okay, and you're making your way toward Salem. Continue.
Yep.
Go. You managed to arrive
And
at Salem. She is standing here holding this gigantic ball that is... It is huge. It is almost the size of the temple above her head.
Shit. It's... And what does it look like it's made out of? Just the same corrupting energy?
It's energy. Say it's purple. Actually, you know what? I have a thing for this. 1 second. Nope, that's
Thanks,
for
Kuzo.
Yeah, you guys can talk to each other.
Thanks, Kuzo. She almost had me.
It looks like a spiky purple aura to you.
Spiky purple. Okay. It's not that I think a drop and kill everybody. Shit. Panicking, thinking of what the fuck can he do. What?
Just the image of this is just amazing. I put it together in my head. Kuzo runs up to Salem, grabs his shit. What can I do?
What?
All right, Kuzo. While you're fumbling like a bumbling idiot, she holds it. She has one hand holding the spear. She holds up her other hand, and you feel like almost like a shadowy collar kind of wrap around your neck, and she's like lifting you up.
Can I throw a counterspell at that?
No, you can't. Lorcian, she grabs you with the same spell and brings you over to her.
Well, I don't want that. Hang on.
So she has one orb up and her other hand's holding the three of you by the neck. Well, I mean, Nightfall's in a ball, I guess, because she's this big. But Lorcian and Kuzo, she's holding you up by the throat. You guys are like, you guys are choking. She's. What is the thing they do in fucking Star Trek? Force choke.
Force choke,
she's like force
sorry.
choking. Yeah. So she's like holding you up. She's like, it's time. You have been a pain in my throat and my side for far too long. I think it's time we get rid of this problem once and for all. And in her eyes, you guys just know that death is afoot, I guess.
Approaching.
It is encroaching on you, yes.
How far away am I? Like, am I in melee swinging distance?
No. You're probably like 15 feet away. Just as you're about to or I guess no, you see like needles of ice kind of form around you, and they are all circling all of your vital organs, like sharks circling their prey. And right as these needles are about to pierce through you, a blinding beam shoots out from the back of the village, specifically where Ryozo's house is. Okay. I only have one mouse for this. And as this beam hits you, it almost like doesn't even phase you. It's like the beam created little gaps to go specifically around you. It blasts Salem, and she basically the orb that she was generating, it becomes destabilized and breaks apart, and you see three missile shapes kind of fly out and land on the three Shadow Knights that you were facing before. Coming from the rubble emerges the previous Majin you now know as Marisa. She comes out walking towards you. I don't really know what's going on, but I think these people need some help. And you don't exactly look like you're here to help them. I want everyone to enable the extra modifier that has three question marks on it. Kuzo, you are free. What do you do?
Immediately free, I fucking drop to the ground and fucking start booking it right towards fucking Salem. Immediately start going into swings. Fucking broken blade in hand. Just not even controlled swings anymore. Just swinging wildly.
Okay, so you run up to Salem, you bring your sword, you're ready to bring it down, and it clangs off of a familiar kind of shield. As you witness in front of you, almost instantaneously, Executioner's there holding his shield up.
No, you don't immediately fucking lets go of the blade while it's clang there, and immediately uses them to drop down and fucking try to kick the shield off its side away. So basically,
Okay, yeah. So you drop down and just go for a kick, and you literally knock his shield out of his hand.
And then as the blade is still falling after that momentum, I grab it again and then immediately go for a reverse swing towards Execution.
Okay, yeah. Give me damage. Yeah, as you carve down right through Executioner, you notice that there's an unbelievable amount of power behind that strike. Lorcian.
As Kuzo is taking them on, I'm going to glance back to the two that's back here. What are they doing?
I'm glad you asked. And the moment you turn around, you see Brawler once again. She breaks the ground and charges toward you at full speed and almost instantaneously. Before you have time to even react, her fist is already in your face.
Wonderful.
Eventually it'll load.
Oh,
34, 91, straight
Jesus
to your face.
Christ.
Oh,
All right.
dex save or strength save.
Strength save.
Yeah, just killing myself real fast. Hold on a minute.
Alrighty, and approaching the group, you see Marisa as she walks onto the bridge, and she says, "You three, handle these knights. This one is mine." As you watch and strewn about the village, you see odd-looking rooms, one after the other, appear. I can't actually select them all. It's open here. And I should probably open your sheet. Yes. And I rolled all of this, GM. That is unfortunate. And you watch as... How many things do I have there? 12-ish?
8.
12 is
8.
like... 8. You watch 8 runes appear all over the village in a ring. And emerging out of them are missiles. Huge missiles. One after the other. They just come up, curve down, and just like converge on Salem's location. Not a single one of them harms you. They converge on Salem's location, knocking her up, just one after the other, blasting her higher and higher and higher up into the air. Salem is no longer within your reach. And you watch as you turn around, you see Marisa, she casts a rune under her feet, similar to Nightfall's gravity well, and flies up into the air. Lorcian, what do you do?
As she flies up, I'm gonna throw Amplify Magic on her. And I'm gonna use and I'm going to use the Amulet of Exposition.
Okay, start expediting.
All right. Here we go.
Finally,
Real curse
first you.
energy. I believe it or not, I actually have something written down for this time. So, yeah, Ryozo is going to point both of his hands at Marisa, and start channeling channeling magic into her. He raises his voice and starts almost yelling. This is what it is to mess with the Ascari. This is what it is to mess with the village. This is what it is to mess with the dragons. This is the power that you... I'm trying hard. That you mess with here today. What I am doing is I am amplifying her magic over tenfold, giving her assistance from the ley lines themselves to empower her spells to break their limits. Simple spells become unimaginably powerful, and the powerful abilities go beyond their normal limits. And that is this spell which I cast here today.
Alrighty, and you guys watch as Lorcian, just in the heat of the moment, you've seen him use Amplified Magic before, but the ground almost shakes. You can see the mana coming out of the ley lines, and it just Rex flies up just in a torrent, a beam right through Marisa. As she flies up, she says, "Ha! Now you'll really see the power of a God Slayer." Nightfall.
Quickly looking around. Nightfall disappears.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Reappearing 200 feet above this one.
Okay. You can just move your token there.
I'm underneath. So as Nightfall is like falling from the sky, she like puts her hands out below her. Beamy, help us!
Eagles on them.
And all that's written on the side of this Beamos is the word Acme.
As you watch, from 200 in the air, you hear just a quick, and you hear in a familiar voice, "Arbiter system, translocation drive active, summoning target ID, beaming," and just a blink, and as you hear the familiar sound of a Beamos. Go ahead and roll damage on Beanie's sheet, please.
I was trying to squash her with it.
You did.
Oh, okay.
She's dead.
I really thought you were gonna go annihilation, but alright.
Oh.
That's fine. Yeah, so this Beanie comes down and you see just it charges up, you see energy gather in its eye, and it looks down and it just focuses its beam, its gaze on this Shadow Knight, and a golden white beam just blasts out of it, and this Shadow Knight is instantly destroyed. And Nightfall, as it is vaporized into nothingness, you hear one faint word emit from it, or a faint sentence, I guess. "I'm sorry, Glacius." Kuzo, you just saw a giant Beamos just come slamming down and then literally vaporized one. What do you do?
Immediately.
Behind you is Brawler, and way up in the air is Salem. And below you, I guess, next to you is Executioner.
Okay, fucking just thinking for myself for a split second. Just, oh, so that's where that one went. Okay. And then immediately realizing that we got surrounded by two fucking enemies. One just sent fucking Lorcian flying with that punch, I imagine, right?
Correct.
Yes, I have
So
been
his,
out of
so
meter.
yeah, you beat him. So I've got two enemies on each side. Okay. I'm gonna start fucking hitting both sides around me. I'm going to immediately just start. I'm gonna grab my. I'm going to use my bonus action and go radiant, just so I get the full fucking effects. And immediately just try to jump up into the air and do a AoE spin around me. Just
On
try to hit both of
Executioner or
them.
Brawler? Oh, you're trying to hit both
Try
of them.
to-
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, trying to hit both of them at once with an attack.
Okay. Yeah, roll me your attacks. I want you to roll
3,
5.
5, alrighty.
And you have haste.
Oh yeah, shit. And
So
he's
that
an extra.
means you double.
Just roll 5. Just roll 5. Is that 5?
If there's 5.
3, 4, 5. Good. Alright, so you guys watch, well I guess Lorcian, you watch as Kuzo pulls out his sword, and even though it's broken, just in the fit of fury, divine energy fills in the missing part of the blade and he spins, and there's like a tornado, a whirlwind of divine energy. As Kuzo yells out, "Divine Storm!" and just a tornado of divine energy, and it cuts these two Shadow Knights to pieces, to ribbons. The last one left standing is Brawler. As that did well over 2,000 damage. Alrighty, and as in the air, this battle is still going on. You see spells being thrown back and forth. You hear Salem say, "You petty girl, I may have been able to avoid catching your sister. Your sacrifice was enough to save me. But don't think that this battle will end here. I will be sure to recapture you. After all, you were the most useful pawn we had." And you hear Marisa reply, "I don't have any idea what you're talking about, but you're clearly here to hurt these people, and I will not stand for that." And you see her, she holds her hand down toward all of you, and like a pale blue star-shaped kind of missile comes flying down to each of you, and you're wrapped in a bubble. Just like a barrier, and it has little like stars. It looks like the night sky. It kind of envelops you. And you watch as she like holds her hand up, and in her hand a small white orb about the size of a baseball forms in her hand, and she like whips it at Salem, and it hits her, and it just immediately expands and then turns completely black. It closes in. You watch as she just kind of pulls her hand out, and she just says, "Galaxy collapse." And it doesn't roll, so now I feel like an idiot. And now you watch Salem as like she kind of like crunches up into a ball, into this tiny black orb. Marisa flies straight down in front of Brawler, and you watch as Brawler rushes up, ready to like grab her by the head. She turns around and like gets ready to punch Brawler back, and her fist just envelops in like, it looks like her fist looks like a sun, and she just punches Brawler, and Brawler just like, it's almost like the impact slows her down for a moment, and then it takes off, and Brawler just goes. She gets sent flying way back into this house here, almost right through it. She approaches Lorcian. You there. You're the one that granted me this spell. This spell. I need you to copy what I'm doing. This next spell, I need you to copy it for me.
Lorcian's going to nod as much as he can.
Okay, so you can move now.
Where am I moving?
Beside her.
Okay.
She gestures you to come stand here.
Alright.
Nightfall and Kuzo, as you guys turn around, you watch these two standing on the bridge, looking up at the orb. She looks to you, Lorcian, she points at you, and then points up at the orb there and gives you a nod, and just tells you to copy the gesture she's making.
Alright.
Ready for this?
I hope so. And Lorcian's going to nod and keep his eyes focused on her and watching.
Good. Cool, you're actually still there, but I'm going to move you off to the side here so we don't end up with problems later. Alright. So, you see her, she kind of like, she takes a stance and she like pulls her hands like this. And then clasps her hands together. And she tells you to concentrate on the sit between your hands.
Lorcian's going to nod and follow the motions that she has did.
And she starts pulling her hands apart. And in between it, you can see, and Lorcian, as you do this too, caught me exactly what she's doing. Watch as you pull the very fabric of your own mana apart. Now focus on this and just mimic exactly what I'm doing. and she pulls it apart, and then kind of just does, like, puts her hands back, makes them into a fist, bends them in, and just says, Master Spark, Master Cannon! And you guys watch as a 3-tier rune appears around this orb between, like, where Salem is and where you guys are, just one after the other. And it looks like that. I need double layers. That fucked up the whole thing, but that's okay. And this gigantic beam fires out of Marisa's hands, and then immediately afterwards, Lorcian's hands. And it's gonna take a long load, isn't it?
Big roll.
It's a big roll. There we
And
go.
times that by 8.
Yep. As this beam kind of flies out and just hits the moment it connects with her galaxy collapse, just a massive explosion rains down on the village. A giant blast. It destroys a couple of the houses in the immediate area. And you hear Salem as she cries out in pain. And says, "No! I just wanted to be a god!" I can't actually. So that's awkward. I didn't actually put in the victory music. So that's unfortunate.
Oh.
Whoops. Huge or that's okay, I can do that. Okay. Oh. And with that, all of the remaining Shadow Knights, at least that were here, are been destroyed.
Wait a minute, what about the one that went flying into the house?
She was destroyed.
Okay.
by the divine house.
By Novik Impact, but yes. Definitely not because I completely forgot she was there. As you see Amica, she stops her chanting. And you guys watch as from the sky you see Marisa and she is falling.
Well,
What do you guys do?
I'm
She
gonna
is
fly
descending very
Sure.
quickly. Okay.
as I, with both hands, hold out to her.
Yeah, okay. I don't think she's 500 pounds. Yeah, so as you fly up to her, you see that she's unconscious. She's clearly unconscious. Kind of falling kind of like this. You put your hands on her back and cast Levitate to slow her speed. And you kind of staying up there, you kind of like guide her so she doesn't like float away. And so she falls straight down. And she lands very gently with the aid of Nightfall. She lands gently on the ground.
Rio.
That's
just
that's a good place. Let's take 5 because holy fuck, I am sweating. Okay, so that's good. So falling out of the sky, having vanquished the Shadow Knights, at least for now, and Nightfall manages to rescue Marisa from becoming a puddle on the ground. You guys kind of surround her. What do you do?
Lorcian is also going to fall back. Exasperated. Exactly.
I look around, look for the other villagers, see what they're, how many, if there's anybody hurt or anything.
Nope, they're okay. You can see that they're standing. Well, you see Amica standing on top of the roof of the medic's house. You see Sarilana and Sarilana and Lorthamar struggling to climb up and over the wall to get onto the roof.
What about, is Ray's okay? Because I saw his house get blasted away. Or his blacksmithing shop.
Yes. So, Ray's, he is okay. The house around him, not so much. But he is still very focused on making what it is he was making. So even though the walls and his roof are completely gone, disintegrated, he's still like hammering away at this metal.
Oh my god.
Clang, clang, clang.
Yep.
Lorcian is just going to groan very loudly.
Is the storm clouds gone, or are they blasted away?
Yes, so the storm clouds still surround the village. However, where Lorcian and Marisa fired their magic cannon up into the air, it blew the clouds away. So there's like a ring around the village, but
Yeah.
you're like in the eye of the storm. I guess you could say.
They should walk up to the rest of the group and then dispel sword and collapse forward, feeling exhaustion. Ugh.
I'm not even gonna try to do a visual for that. 'Cause you're falling face first, and there's a desk in front of me.
Yeah.
Demand a visual.
Yeah, you can also demand my foot up your ass.
But that is one thing I won't demand.
My foot up your ass?
Exactly.
I knew it.
After watching Lorcian and Kuzo do the same thing, as a delayed reaction, Nightfall does, "Oh!" and then falls out. And then lays her on her back as well.
Okay.
We did it. Portal 2 turret sounds in the background. Did you forget to download them?
When would I have had time to do that, Cole?
Last night when I mentioned it?
You mean last night when we were trying to go over a bunch of shit for your character and what's going on with your sword and shit? And I was also renovating my fucking room so I had space to actually do all that shit?
Yeah, fair point.
So I ask, when would I have had time to do that?
Wait. No, Glacy! Nightfall gets up and quickly flies over to the head of Glacius.
Okay.
Glacy, no! Why? Nightfall just begins to tear up.
Lorcian is finally going to start rolling over and push himself off the ground.
Nightfall sinks to her knees and kind of puts her, runs her hands through his fur. Big tears in her eyes.
All the ice that had coated his fur has now melted, so his fur is very, very just wet, and amidst the blood from the neck, there's also the ground is very soaked, like it's a puddle, as all the ice is melting.
Why? Why, Lorcian? Why did they do this to Glacius?
good people die, and there isn't a damn thing we're ever going to be able to do about it.
Is this winning, Lorcian?
No. There's never going to be a time when we win. There is only prolonging the battle, of which I have learned only continues to grow. And grow. It takes more with it, because people are so selfish. There will never be a time when we win. Just a time of peace. But that time's still a long time away.
Oh, is Kuzo over there with them, or is he still over here?
I'm still collapsed on the ground, just fucking reeling
Okay.
from the exhaustion, still affecting me.
Yep. Oh, yes, right. You still have the exhaustion. You only have one level, by the way, because you got your long rest.
I know, but it's still affecting me.
Yep.
As I possibly can, I angle my head over to where fucking the one that was Reed was. Did anything left there? Or is it just gone completely?
Like destroyed, completely gone.
Everything. Okay. Not even leaving Phalanx behind.
Nope. Which strikes you as odd, given what you know about Phalanx.
Yeah.
Lorcian is going to kneel down and make sure the eyes are closed on Elysia's head.
Okay. Kind of wave your hand over his face, closing the eyes.
I'm gonna miss Glacy. As Nightfall kind of sadly hovers over to a Beamy. Thank you, Beamy. As Nightfall recalls him.
That was unexpected. It almost scared me.
Nightfall flies down to Kuzo's face. She kind of lands on the ground and like pats his cheek. Are you okay, Kuzo?
I'll be fine. Just very exhausted. Ugh. How about you? You hurt at all?
Yeah, I'm really banged up.
Here, let me help. Kuzo weakly fucking brings up a hand.
No, please don't.
No.
You look like you're in pain whenever you do that.
Alright.
How about we all just go inside?
Good idea. As Kuzo fucking forces himself back up on his feet, struggling.
I'll see about getting this one inside. And Lorcian will motion to Marisa.
No, I'll do it.
Kuzo, if you think you can, go ahead, but you look like you're ready to fall down yourself.
No, I think I'm okay enough. I could do this.
Alright.
Athletics for this DM, or?
Yup, in your exhausted ass state.
That's a disadvantage on ability checks too. Fuck. I'm too weak.
You guys watch as Kuzo stands up, barely on his feet. Stump hobbles over to Marisa in an attempt to pick her up, and he just kind of falls back on his ass again.
No, Kuzo! Nightfall runs over. Here, let me help, Kuzo. This Nightfall places both hands onto Kuzo.
Okay.
So Kuzo, you feel an immense surge of divine energy kind of swell within you. You regain all your hit points. You don't feel exhausted anymore. Fucking finally.
I'm tired, boss. That's the meme we need right now.
Better now. Thank you, Nightfall. Okay. Yep. And instantly, once the exhaustion's recovered, Kuzo just springs up at high speed. Back on his feet. Alright.
I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos.
Neither can I.
And let's carry Marisa or what, and take her back to rest in what I'm guessing is a ruined fucking house because of the beam that fired out.
Pretty much. Sorry, Lorcian.
My home!
My home! I just got this! It would have been hilarious if when Salem broke Kuzo's sword, he's like, my soul! I just got this! It would have been funny. So, as you guys make your way back toward Lorcian's home, you are stopped by Amica as she hops off of the roof of the medic's house. Again, her like draconic-like wings kind of letting her glide and fall safely. As you watch as both Sarielana and Lorthamar desperately cling to the top of the house after having just made it over the ledge. Now they have to climb down, but they're trying hard to climb down very carefully so they don't fall off the roof. So like, you have like Lorthmar, he's like hugging on. Actually, maybe I can do this just using the frame of the camera. So he's like, I'm just gonna like, there we go. This is easier. He's like holding on to it like this. And he's got like one leg up like that, trying to climb off of it.
Here, let me help. And
I thought you were talking to
Ryuzo
me there for a second.
and Lorcian is going to cast Wall of Force and make it into a nice staircase down.
You know Wall of Force is invisible, right?
Good point. We're not going to do that. That is a great point. You make a fine argument, sir.
Oh, like, I'm glad you're trying to help and all, but like, they can't see what you're trying to do.
No. You make a fine argument. Mwah.
That was weird, but okay.
Yeah.
You two be careful. Don't fall.
So is Amica just like floating down towards us now, or?
Yeah, she's on the ground. I'm on a different map, so I haven't actually moved the tokens yet.
Oh.
But yeah, she's down on the ground in front of you. So you guys would be like here somewhere, probably behind this house, and she would be here, and these guys are like desperately trying to climb off without hurting themselves. I take it this is the so-called attack that you were warning us about.
It was nothing like this before. Nothing.
Lorcian! Ugh! Lord Samar is trying to climb down. What if... Oh, I need flat. Oh. Springs up, dusts himself off. What if the... what if the... Your friend... Scotty, was it?
My friend Scotty wasn't Scotty. It was this one here, and Lorcian will gesture to Marisa. God, fuck!
How are you?
Marisa, that's a fucking new one.
I can't.
Just go with
Marisa.
Marisa. Marisa. Just go with Marisa, man. It's gonna be easier for you.
It's gonna be so much easier. I only speak Southern McDonald's.
I'm not gonna lie, when you started with Mary I thought you were gonna start saying marinara for some fucking reason.
Yeah, this is my
I'm gonna
friend
make it-
Marinara sauce.
I'm gonna make it canon. Her name is still Marisa. God damn it, now you got me fucking up. Her name is still Marisa. However, I will allow you to just go with Marisa because it's easier because you're a weak ass bitch.
Thank you.
The weak ass bitch pronunciation I will allow as Marisa.
All right. Her name is Her name is
The fact you slammed your desk and then your camera just tilted upwards was fucking hilarious.
God. I didn't think her name was that hard. Damn.
I was born and I was raised in the South. The hardest word we got down here is cornbread.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack there, but okay.
Anyway.
Her name is Marisa.
I see.
Basically, to make this short, the one that just got vaporized up there with that big beam, yeah, she was mind controlling her here.
Mind control.
Yeah.
That's no easy feat. And for someone that's this powerful.
Yeah.
But truly, this one was quite the pain in our ass. She was one of them. I say was. With whatever Nightfall did, it freed her from their control.
I see. So, is she still dangerous?
Not to us,
No,
I
shouldn't
hope.
be. Although dangerous to houses, apparently, as I glance over at Lorcian's house with the massive hole in it.
This is going to take a lot of mending.
I'm going to tell you right now, mending will not be able to fix a house. It does small things, not completely destroyed things.
But we can get bored. We can repair this board by board.
That pun was awful. No. No. Just no. No.
Wait, what was the pun?
If we get bored, we can
if you
repair
get
this
bored
board by board.
Oh, okay.
Didn't even realize you made shit.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know you were rhyming those words.
That is correct, 100%. I could not even fathom.
Ugh.
But
But
I-
we should be safe now. Please.
The village survives. The buildings are just that. They are just buildings. It's the
Yeah.
people that make the village. And with the unfortunate loss of Liadrin, our
And
village
Glacius
has...
there.
And Glacius. And... I'm sorry, I am unfamiliar with who Glacius is.
The giant wolf that was following us.
Lorcian's going to kind of just motion in this direction.
Yes. It is always unfortunate when you lose a pet.
Glissy wasn't a pet. He was our
No.
friend.
Glacius was an emissary of West Logia.
He was an emissary.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's a lot has happened. There's a lot to unpack here. First things were first, though. We should get some rest. Then we'll see. We'll have a proper funeral for Liadrin and Glacius, and then we'll see what to do about the village afterwards.
All right.
A very wise decision.
Ugh. Hopefully that storm isn't going to do any actual damage. Although with this clearing in the sky now.
Well, what's it gonna do? Destroy the rest of the houses? Wait,
Ugh.
Race is probably still building that tower.
Wasn't even. It was our.
what a fucking champ, too.
So you guys notice that the atmosphere begins to get increasingly warm. Chief, I have finished building a tower. It'll absorb all the lightning that comes from this storm. As he looks up, confused, and it is a clear blue sky.
Did you not hear what was going on?
He looks around. By the dragons, what happened here?
Biggest fight for my life I've been in yet.
How the fuck do...
You'll have to forgive me. I was very focused on my work.
I
I'm
noticed.
pretty sure I saw your entire workshop's walls get blown away. How did you not notice that?
You see, he reaches up into his helmet, and he pulls out what looks like, from either side of his head, 2 red crystals. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Well, that answers that question. Well, I was asking, how in the actual hell did you not notice your entire workshop's walls get blown away around you as you were working?
When I'm working, I get very focused on my work. I tend to space out and just not notice what's going on around me. It's the reason that my shop is kind of in the center here.
And by the water.
Actually, it's by the water because he gestures to himself. It burned down several times, so
Well,
being near the
yes.
river just seemed like a safer plan.
Because, you weren't paying attention. That's where I was going. Never mind.
Anyway. Well, there are still some clouds, but I'm guessing a good chunk of the dangerous effect is probably diminished now because of this clearing we made.
Might as well put it up anyway.
Yeah.
It can't hurt anything.
Plus any future storms that roll in.
Very well. Ooh, I made a big oopsie.
Mary's over here playing with his mic.
Better than the alternative, I suppose.
Oh, you hear them?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, so what do you guys do? The village chief has suggested that you go get some rest.
I think that is a wonderful idea, and I think he stole my idea.
Okay, but he's telling you to do it. It's different.
Oh, okay. So,
So you guys
I-
are returning to Lorthimar's house? Or not Lorthimar's house, sorry, Lorcian's home?
Yeah.
yep.
What's left of it?
Oh. And I just picked up those books.
I was gonna delete them all to show that you picked them up. I'm like, no what, it's funnier if I put them back.
I just cleaned up. I'm surprised my plant survived, but the table did not.
Pretty sure it still has the water crystal in it, so that's probably why.
Let's go with that.
Ugh. Talking about an explosive exit.
At least the Iron Maiden held the mirror together.
That's so weird.
It's scary.
It's an antique.
There's a lot of historical value. I can't just get rid of it.
I've made yet another oopsie, but that's okay.
Worn out. Nightfall kind of flutters through the air a little bit and then lands on the armrest of the couch. It just kind of like flops over.
Kuzo
Lorcian.
carries Marisa over to the bed, sets her down in it, and then makes her way to the couch and just fucking collapses onto it. Ugh.
Lorcian is just going to kind of lay back in the chair and just start rocking a little bit.
Starts to curl up.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. So once again,
Big giraffe.
Marisa is sound asleep. It was the one that put her down in the bed?
That was me.
Kuzo, right? You
Yeah.
notice that her hands are actually, like, I guess injured, like burned away from using that amount of power. Lorcian, your hands are also burned away, like badly burned on the palms from channeling that amount of power.
Okay, whenever you said burned away, I thought you meant Kuzo burned away.
No. My arms! I just got these! I'm gonna make sure
Almost
that
missed that injury.
I do in some way I screw you guys over so that you lose something you just got, just so that you guys someone can say that.
It's going to be so sad whenever no one does because they know why you did it.
Yep, and it's gonna be even sadder when through. I'm gonna keep doing it until someone does it. I always win, bitch. Anyways.
Seeing the kind of burns on Lorcian's hands. Hey, I'm using my sheet.
I know, but I'm using your sheet too. I'm just checking something, okay? Fuck you.
Nightfall
good.
pulls out a sheet, starts fanning Lorcian with it.
Hey, take off those fucking modifiers. You don't have those anymore.
Yes. Yes.
Y'all can actually just flat out delete the ones with the 3 question marks, and delete the other one that says WTO.
WCOTA.
Yeah, that one. Who knows what that stands for? I will give you a +2 or 0.2 to your multiplier if you can tell me what that stands for.
Rather be Ascari.
No. It stands for, you said it, War Cry of the Ascari.
Yeah, War Cry. Oh, you're actually using atomic reconstruction? On just minor burns? Why would you use your cure wounds? I mean, sure, if you want, we can use the Arbiter system for this.
God damn it.
Oh, overheal.
Oh, I thought because it was like burns, like when Nightfall went to sleep and she still had burns on her hand.
You had blisters from the burns.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can. This will work. I'm just saying it's overkill.
Well, no,
Overheal.
I am actually at 30. It's not a real.
I mean, you're okay. Sure.
But we're about to take a long rest.
Yeah, that's yeah. Fair. So you gonna go through with it or not?
I'll just use enchant wounds then.
Arbiter
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Opens the Arbiter system just to close it down. Arbiter system closing down.
Okay. So, Marisa is sleeping soundly on the bed, even though her hands are kind of burned. You're using enchant wounds on Lorcian?
Wait, sorry, wrong one. I'm going to use... Wait, no, that is it.
Yeah, twin spell. You cast one spell, you cast another spell at the same time. It's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and then on Marisa as well.
Okay. As you heal away the burns, Lorcian, you feel that the... Are you actually going to roll enchant wounds so we know how much they're healed for?
Never.
Thank you. You're being healed for 18. They both get healed for 18. However, the burns... The pain goes away, but the burns do not.
Thank you very much, Nightfall.
But the burns, they didn't. Why aren't they healing?
That is a great question. At least it doesn't hurt anymore. And that's
Sorry,
the important-
Lorcian.
For what? They don't hurt anymore.
I mean, they look like they hurt.
But they do not. Trust me, I would know.
Oh, okay.
Would you, though?
No. Definitely not.
That is the correct answer. So, what will you guys do now? Would you like me to recap exactly what happened in the battle? It was pretty intense and a lot of shit happened really quickly. Alright, good talk, Maris.
I appreciate it.
I see Maris lean back. Alright, cool. Okay. So. Shut up, Lorcian. There we go.
Well, fine. Jeez.
So you guys had left the house after hearing a howl. It was Glacius. He had been slain by one of the Shadow Knights. You assumed it was the one with the rapier, Piercer. You guys don't actually know their names. You have no way of knowing their names. But I'm going to refer to them by their name, because meta level, you know what their names are. And it's easier to differentiate than me saying Shadow Knight 1 and Shadow Knight 2. Okay? In character, you don't know what their names are except for Salem. Salem's the only one who you know by name. And Majin.
Right.
And Executioner.
No,
Reed.
you don't know Executioner by name.
Well,
You know
I
that
who
you know
it
you know
was.
you know who he was. You guys know that it was Reed, except for Nightfall. But like you don't know that Shadow Knight Reed is called Executioner.
Right.
Okay.
Because they've never at any point had their names revealed to you. I have them named, so I know what I can refer back to them. Anyways, so you find that Piercer had slain Glacius, leaving just his head at the doorstep to Lorcian's house. As you exit the front door, you almost trip over it. You get into an epic battle as the Shadow Knights quickly disperse the three of you. Lorcian versus Executioner, Kuzo versus Piercer, and Nightfall versus Brawler. The battle was kind of even. Brawler did quite a number to Nightfall. But you did manage to beat them back. You had Amica chanting the war cry. And it gave you like a swath of power. However, Salem, in the town center, was channeling a huge, basically a mana bomb. Like, she was channeling a huge destructive spell to basically eradicate the entire area. Kuzo ran up to try and stop it, but to no avail. She used her own dark magic to grab all of you and basically lift you up into the air. You were powerless to act when a giant beam of magic fired out from inside the library, destroying a good chunk of the side of the building. From the rubble came Marisa. She said that she doesn't really understand what's happening, but it looks like the people here of this village need help. She came out cracking her knuckles, ready to fight. She then, after freeing you with her own spell, she told you guys to hold off the Shadow Knights, and that she will take care of Salem. She then proceeded to summon 8 missiles out of the ground, of just 8 magic missiles, basically, and basically launched Salem up into the air. Lorcian cast haste on her, using the power of his amplify magic and haste, and using the power of the Amulet of Exposition, boosted Marisa's power tenfold. Marisa used this power and was holding her own against Salem. Using the increased power that she gave you, she enchanted a rune, or basically runes appeared underneath all of your feet, and using that power, she boosted your combative strength. You guys managed to fend off each of the Shadow Knights. Marisa finished off Salem using Galaxy Collapse to trap her. Salem said to Marisa that she was a fool to believe that Marisa sacrificing herself to Salem in her sister's stead would work. Yeah. I'm trying to remember everything that exactly happened too. Shit. Following that, she used Galaxy Collapse to trap Salem in the air, landed on the ground, and had Lorcian basically mimic her spell. And she cast Master Spark, Magic Cannon. A giant, a huge shock wave of magic just blasts up into the sky and destroys Salem. And the last thing you hear from Salem is that she only wanted to be a god. After using up all of her remaining power, she lost consciousness while still in the air and began to fall toward the ground. As Nightfall flew up and used Levitate to help her land safely. And one by one, each of you managed to pick off the Shadow Knights that had attacked you. The noteworthy things here that I want you guys to remember is Salem saying that Marisa sacrificed herself so her sister would be spared, and that Salem only wanted to be a god. Those are the 2 things I want you guys to pick out of that, because that was important. Those were also the only things she said. I'm just gonna hand that one to you because a lot of shit happened.
Alright.
Alrighty then.
Okay. So, what will you guys do right now?
Close my damn eyes and go to bed.
Okay. Kuzo, how about you? Also?
He starts singing to himself before eventually passing out. Or just says to the others, something about that one still bothers me. She seems familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Something's off. I don't know what. I'll remember it when I wake up. Hopefully.
Nightfall!
Sleep.
Okay. And as each of you drifts off to sleep, you kind of feel like a pressure pressing down on you. Not unlike, when you're in your bed and you have like one of those weighted blankets on you. I don't know if any of you have felt that. But, it's like, it's not painful. It's comfortable. It's soothing almost. It's cozy. as you drift off to sleep. God damn it. Let's see, Nightfall.
I was about to say, God
here.
damn it.
Nightfall was there. I don't remember where Lorcian. Lorcian was here somewhere, I think, and Kuzo was
Nope,
over
he
here.
was other way around.
Kuzo
What's
was
he
out there, and Nightfall was here. Put Nightfall.
In
In the sink. On the sink. We're having Nightfall tonight, boys. Who the fuck fixed my house?
Nightfall sits up, does a big stretch, looks around. Oh, Lorcian! The wall's back!
Lorcian is just going to open his eyes and
Am I the
raise his head and
Am I the only one that pictured the Squidward meme? Right? Opens his eyes.
oh yes. The wall's back.
Call?
So it is.
what are you two screaming about already?
The
Kuzo
wall's
gets
back,
up.
Kuzo.
Kuzo gets up, looks. What? Who the fuck fixed the wall?
Hang on. Lorcian's gonna quickly run outside and just scan over the rest of the town and area surrounding.
Yeah, so as you approach you get close to your door, are you going outside or just the window?
Outside.
Okay. So as you approach the door and you head outside, you immediately just hear like loud bang, 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 bang coming from outside.
Oh, Rigger's here, boys.
Do
And
all,
I
of
will
you,
open the door.
do all of you go outside, or is it just Lorcian?
I get up and follow outside a little bit behind him.
Cole, your
Okay.
exhaustion is gone, by the way.
Let me remove that from my token.
What's up?
Nightfall
Maris?
tails Lorcian outside.
Alrighty.
Follow on too.
Holy shit!
What in the...
Holy shit! All right, I'm digging this.
What? No.
Yay! Look at all these big boxes.
Fucking, I can't.
Nightfall's secretly a cat. What the fuck are you doing? Get back here, Cole. Whatever. You guys. Yeah. Okay. Fuck him. You guys come back outside. What a little bitch.
How long were we out?
You go ahead and just turn that shit down. Who are you asking this to?
We're just saying it. Maybe the wind will feel generous and respond.
Timothy would know the answer.
Yeah, definitely.
Loser.
God damn it. Does Timothy know the answer of how long we were out?
Master, you were out for about 5 days. While you
Jesus Christ.
were out, the one called Rigard entered your house, exclaiming, "Master Ryozo, we have arrived." He was then immediately disappointed to see that you were not here. It appears at the behest of the village chief, he repaired the wall.
The wall of hell. I have a 2-story house now.
Oh shit, wait, you're right. That's not right.
Aw.
What a shame.
There we go.
Here I am. I finally get my 2-story house. And then, no. You're downgraded again, bud. You didn't buy the fucking DLC.
Loser.
I know, I just fucking didn't buy the DLC. I must be a fucking loser.
I have a bit, but I want to wait for Cole to get back.
God fucking damn it, Cole. Okay, well, we're gonna take a little break here, I guess, while I wait for Cole to come back.
Permission to go to Florida and just get Cole back on camera.
Go for it.
I will BRB for like a day.
Now, while you listen to this, I want you to imagine all the goblins building houses.
At the speed of light. Hammering away.
I cannot imagine anything else now.
I hope you guys can see this happening.
How are you doing that?
I've selected all of them, and I'm holding down E, and I'm just scrolling my scroll wheel in very small intervals.
Oh yes, please. Create a summoning circle around the house and summon us a new farmhouse.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Drunk neighbor was bashing on the door, being like, "Let me in," like thinking it was his house. And I was like, "No, you live down the road."
Were you just like, was he just like, let me in, you'll be safe under my control?
No, no.
Uh-oh.
He'll give you everything you want in gold.
No. Oh my god. No.
I didn't buy the 2-story house DLC. I got booted back to my normal 1-story house.
Yeah, when I set it up, I actually put the library here. It wasn't supposed to be here, it's supposed to be there. Thank you, Lorcian, for pointing out that you actually are a pleb.
Yeah. DLC.
Anyways, moving on.
The goblins are here?
It would seem that way. And holy shit!
They've been busy, I guess.
5 days, and we already have all of this. Something's definitely been busy.
What about 5 days? What?
We've been asleep for 5 days.
What? How?
Timothy said 5 days.
All right. Ugh.
With a big ecstatic smile on her face, Nightfall puts both hands up to her mouth. Hey, Rigard!
Nice!
Oh. Oh no.
I love that it's gotten louder as you got closer. I love it.
As you watch, as Rigger comes sprinting, and he literally beelines it through a house. And as soon as he exits the other end, you see the 4 smaller goblins rush over to it and just start swarming the hole. And once again, you just hear bang, 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 as they start sawing away at stuff.
Rickard, you're all here.
As he stops for a second. Who said that?
What? It's me.
Ghosts?
You can't see. You're too small.
Sure, why not? Sure, why not? You guys watch as Rickard gets this, like, deadpan look on his face. Ghosts! So you come for my son! I knew this day would come! And coming from the house in the distance here, you knew this day would come?
Figured it.
What?
What? There's no ghosts. Figured.
Don't tell him that. You know damn well there's ghosts.
It's not here right now.
Did you listen to the song? How did my demons and ghosts? There's definitely ghosts.
We killed party with that interaction.
Oh, shit! Ooh, fuck. Alright.
Oh.
Moving on.
Quickly realizing. Wait a minute. Oh shit, he hasn't seen you like this. I quickly just fucking slap you or slap Lorcian on the shoulder. Hey, remember, he doesn't know what you look like this now.
Yeah, right. Hello, Rickard. I am Ryuzo.
This immediately just face palms, just like it's not how this is not gonna end well.
I don't give a shit. After all we've been through.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here he goes. He's getting things
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
ready.
Channel the man that is Rickard.
Master Ryozo! You have grown taller, I see! Your young spider friend already informed me of what ails you, of your transformation, and your increase in power. Master, I have already informed Rickard about your transformation.
Ah, thank you, Timothy!
I hope you like. I saw that your house was damaged in the most recent battle. We saw these great beams firing out of the village. It was quite fascinating. But we immediately turned tail and went back to the village, for we did not want to die this day. After it seemed that everything had quieted down, we came back. Tools in hand, as we figured there'd probably be extensive damage. Seeing as how it's been many a year since we built the village the first time, it was probably time that we rebuild it ourselves.
Well, thank you.
I saw your house was damaged, so I decided to fix it personally.
Well, thank you very, very much, Rickard. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. And you know what? Instead of him hugging me, I am going to hug Rickard.
The DMs look
Okay.
over. Oh no.
As you hug Rickard, he throws up his massive fucking arms, wraps him around you, and you just
mistake.
and you just all of you just hear Ryozo's spine.
like a whip cracking sound as his arms move so fast.
It's like a sonic boom.
Yay! As Nightfall flies up to join the hug as well. She
Not
hugs,
yay!
grabs onto Rigard's like his bicep, but it's like
Run.
so big that she can't wrap her arms around it.
Nightfall has now made herself visible to Rigard.
She
All
already-
you hear is
she already was.
all you hear is
By the dragons, what is that?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Where's my kill Nightfall specifically move?
Uh-oh.
It actually came in handy.
As Nightfall, you see his massive palm coming down to slap his bicep where you are. What do you do?
I gotta get out of here. As Nightfall quickly like swoops out and under and around.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Ah! Bugs! I fucking hate bugs!
That's not a bug, Rigard.
Rigard, don't you remember me?
that's not a bug. That is a fairy.
Turns around, takes a closer look at the fairy. Ah! Yes! I remember you! In the caverns!
How lightheaded are you right now?
Extremely. I can barely see.
Okay, let's give you a second to breathe. Ooh.
I'm also once again very sweaty.
The true embodiment of Rigard. Can't see straight and sweaty.
Hearing all the commotion, Amica and Lorthamar walk on over. Ah, Lorcian and friends. I see you are finally awake.
I heard it's been 5 days, which concerns me greatly.
Yeah, you were... how do I put this delicately?
Fucked the hell up.
Dying? I guess?
Again?
Yeah, again?
Again? As, Amica kind of, kind of gives you like a bow or sort of, you must forgive me, Lorcian. I thought it best to put you into a deep sleep to help your body recover your mana properly. You had used up every last shred of mana you possibly had in that big attack. You were so mana deprived that your vitals were starting to fail. If you had just slept normally, you would have died.
Well, thank you very much for saving me then.
I thought it best to put all of you in a deep sleep.
Did you put Marisa in a deep sleep as well?
Well, I cast a spell on your house, so everyone that was within the house fell into the slumber.
Ah.
On that note, having it been mentioned, all of you feel like super recovered. Each of you gets 1 stat point you may add to any stat of your choice.
Oh, damn.
Well, let's go.
For the ASI chart to keep track of it, put it down as Amica's Deep Sleep.
Hmm.
What to put this under?
It's not going to do me good anywhere else. So I will stick it into Dex.
You know what? A little bit more to my initiative rolls would be nice. So I'm gonna do that as well. Go.
Chief,
Yes, little one.
did you send off Glacy and
Leadrin.
Leadrin?
Yes, you were. You must forgive us. You were in no state to attend a funeral, and we couldn't exactly hope. We don't have the conditions to preserve the body until you awoke. We thought it best to send them off as best we can.
Understandable.
As you told us before, Glacius, we could not locate his body. There was only his head. But we took it to the shrine of Wyslogia and placed his head upon the altar. Oh, that sounds weird. That sounds like they sacrifice shit.
Wait a minute.
To the altar. It placed his head upon the shrine.
So that I don't know if you're an emissary, what's the thing that you're an emissary of called? I really should have looked into this when I created the fucking emissaries. I should have looked into what it is called.
Emissaries are the person sent on a special mission, usually as a diplomatic representative of another person.
Yeah, but the dragons aren't exactly countries. So you can't be diplomatic of a country of a dragon.
Hunter said patron.
Yeah, patron.
We'll go with patron. So that I'll just do it this way. So that Wyslogia may help his spirit pass on.
Gods, I hope that's the case.
It is our tradition that when an emissary passes away, it is best that their body is returned to the altar of the dragon of which they are an emissary.
Meanwhile, me over here, I'm just going to explode.
You guys turn and look over at Lorcian.
Well then.
And Leadrin?
I fucking forgot to make a graveyard in this village. I
And
knew
you
there was.
What about the boathouse?
Oh,
I put a
no,
boathouse
the
in there.
boathouse! No!
No, there's no boathouse near the docks.
Fuck.
Well,
And
boys,
no lightning.
we're
And
back
no
in that other
lightning rod.
timeline. We're back in that other timeline.
The lightning
boys.
rods. Lightning rods. It's a fucking pole, Cole. Okay, that's okay. We'll pretend the boathouse is still here until I update the map and put it back. Can you not?
What?
Get rid of that.
Shame, okay.
I already drew an exact replica of what the boathouse looked like.
You know, I think you did. I think it looks great.
Okay, so hang on, let me think here. Okay. Leatrin, we gave her a burial at sea, I think is what it's called. We put her in a boat, sent her out to sea, and cremated her body.
I see.
Alright.
but everything seems to have gotten fixed. Wow.
Yeah, the goblins are remarkably adept when it comes to construction. Yes! Thank you, Lord Thamar! You are always too kind! As you watch, as he holds out his hand, and Lord Thamar also grabs his hand, imagine that one meme where they're like... Cool, you know what you need to do.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Greenhorn
please.
fucking at it.
Oh, please. I need this meme as much as anyone else.
Probably more than anyone else. Alrighty. So what do you guys do now?
Well, what is our next step then?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Has there been any signs of any more attacks or anything, or seem things been calm while we've been asleep, I guess. In that way.
I'm just thinking about the chapter order. It went day 1, introductions for new characters. Day 2 was the Goblin Village. Day 3 was the quote unquote attack. Then you had day 4, the war, which you guys just did, and then we just skipped straight to day 9.
Day 9, done on the first day.
I don't know why day 9 has 3 days, but okay. Alright, well the ball's in your court now. What do you guys want to do? This is all you.
Well, I have disturbing news of Zoran Alcove. The letter I gave you was said as much. And I fear the worst. Perhaps Darkholm would be a good place to start. We could go see how Darkstone's faring.
How are the fences around the village looking now? With
There were never any fences around the village. The village was surrounded.
defenses.
Oh, defenses. None.
Okay.
Couple of, guards and general village folk walking around, mingling with all the goblins. Also, while you guys were talking, these goblins had moved around back to the back portion of the house and started repairing over there.
Fast.
We could also go to the temple to see if there was anything wrong. Last time, well, whenever I first begun this whole escapade of journeying and leaving and all of this, we first went to see Tinzeroth because of his statue inside. The eyes were blinking in a pattern for a cry of help.
SOS.
Probably not a bad idea then.
And we went.
Who are you saying this to?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm just talking. I'm talking to Kuzo, but anyone can hear me.
What? What?
You
I
have
am
the
talking to
Oracle,
Kuzo.
Lorthamar, and Rigard all in this area. I have no idea how they're going to respond to this information.
Yeah, you're just saying random things.
Yeah, you're kind of just mumbling to yourself. That's how I'm going to treat this. They don't know,
All right,
exactly what you're talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
They don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
They don't know
okay.
what you're saying.
Okay.
These guys do, but they don't. As Lorthamar addresses you, perhaps you may want to wait until your friend awakens.
Yes.
Not a bad idea, actually.
As he
Still-
chuckles, after all, we Ascari have a reputation for our hospitality,
True.
he says sarcastically. So
I'll wake
then,
up at some point.
oh, Lorcian,
For
do you
this-
have if you aim to go to Darkstone, do you have a plan to pass through the Forest of Spirits safely?
I have a great plan. Going to use my 2 legs, and I'm going to walk.
Alright.
That's what I did last time.
I mean, we could do that telescope trick again.
Oh, no. I don't want to try that again.
Huh.
I mentioned before that I had left before, yeah?
Yep.
I know he was saying that to someone in his background, but I thought he was just Nightfall was just yelling "yes" randomly.
I thought he was reading all the shit I kept sending. I just spammed him with a bunch of yeps.
Yep.
Ha! His headphones are wireless. He can still hear us.
If he's
If he's having a conversation with somebody, he can still fuck with him.
Make
Unless he
fun
takes
of
his
him.
headphones off.
Oh.
If he takes his headphones off, then everyone can
No.
hear us because it'll come through his
Ah,
the phones, and then yeah.
He's stuck in the catch-22. He can't.
and I don't think he wants that.
And before he comes back, takes his headphones off, leaves them on the table.
Oh, that would be bad.
Subtle mind control. Master of puppets, pulling your strings, twisting your mind and taking your things. What?
You
Is that
got
not what it
half right.
was?
You got it half right.
It's copyright neutral, Puppet Master.
It-
Okay, so
Still, going to the temple would be good to see, as I don't know how long they're going to be asleep. A quick trip there and back.
sorry, say that again.
A quick trip to the temple might not be a bad idea. We're not leaving here yet.
Okay.
And with that, just gonna start sneaking by here.
All right, so all who's going to the village.
We are in the village.
Sorry, the temple.
Go follow in case he doesn't do something, or he does something.
Lorcian, can I go play with Timothy?
Oh, for the love of God, yes. Yes, you can.
Oh dear God.
Hooray!
Wait, Maris, wait. Maris, wait.
Hooray! Let's go play, Timothy! As Nightfall just immediately flies in, grabs him, and then just lifts up and then like flies off.
Master, no, why would you do this to me? No! Why are you betraying me so? As you see his legs like flailing all over the place.
Oh.
Lorcian, please note, you no longer have Timothy with you for this. Is anyone else going with Lorcian?
I'll be going with. Well,
Oh, fuck.
oh god, something fucking just picks me up and I fly away next.
Betrayal. Just a big fucking marker pops out.
Okay, so Kuzo and Lorcian are heading to the temple. Nightfall is going off to play with Timothy.
Stop. Why? Oh.
Un momento, por favor. What?
I'm just imagining Timothy yelling at the six. Master, why? She's making me play patty cake.
I'm not sure how Roll20 handles audio when players are split across maps, but let's find out. Kuzo gonna go here, and Lorcian's gonna go here. Did the music change, or are you still playing? Still listens up to the village?
It's listening to the Great Unknown.
Yeah, I'm still listening to village music.
Okay, that's fine. Get here, Elysia. Oh wait, no, Nightfall's not here either. Get it here.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Kuzo. And following y'all into the temple, I guess, is Amica herself. Once I remember where I put her token. I have located her token. Okay. So you guys arrive at the temple. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? Anything specific?
Take a look at the statues.
Yeah.
And we should see their.
Okay. One second. Oh, there's so many. There it is. Well, too bad. Your search is interrupted. With Amica, who's Allestries, currently. So, she takes on her form. I guess Kuzo and Lorcian, you both see that she's channeling Allestries. You kind of, almost like a stand. You see like there's an aura behind her.
Yeah.
I see you were successful at defending our village. I cannot thank you enough.
You need not.
While we may be successful in defending it, we did lose an emissary in the process.
You didn't lose an. Oh yes, right. Glacius was an emissary.
Yeah.
An emissary, you say?
Yeah.
Do you know of whom?
Emissary of... Wait, did Kuzo ever learn it in character in relation to an emissary of Logia?
You learned it from Ryozo like 10 minutes ago.
Okay. An emissary of Logia. Basically,
This does not bode well. The continent of Fendrana has been sealed off in ice, and I cannot sense my sister anywhere. I suspect she may have taken on her human form, or her elf form, to hide from anything that whatever may be ailing her.
I see. You need not thank me for defending this place. It is my home. It's what we Ascari were here for.
So what will you do now?
Is there any kind of way into Fendrana?
Nothing that I can tell from here, at least. Perhaps someone in the city of Zoranhalco, of Port Sidon, might know, or maybe the pyromancers of Vermilion Mountain might have an answer as well, and maybe perhaps they could melt a way through the ice.
Oh, either way, it sounds like we need to go to the Zoran Alcove in order to even get to Vermilion Mountain.
Vermilia, the Kingdom of Vermilia may have a mage that could teleport you into Fendrana.
okay.
They tinker with arcane and spatial magic quite often.
Alright, so we got 3 options currently.
And they all involve us going to the Zoran Alcove.
Yeah.
On your travels, see if you can keep an eye out for Logia. She most likely would be in her elven form.
Why wouldn't she be in Fendrana?
If she's taken her elven form, it's most likely to hide herself. She has almost never used her elven form, so if she's in hiding, chances are she's taken her elf form and may have sealed off Fendrana and left, either to find aid or to divert whatever ails her elsewhere. You see Amica, she holds her hand out and kind of conjures an illusion of what her elven form would look like. Here, I'll make this bigger.
Okay.
Lorcian is going to get out his notebook and try and make a sketch of that.
Kuzo, you may roll an insight. Oh god, there he goes. Maris is making a connection. There he goes. I'm gonna give you advantage.
You really didn't hold me the fuck.
I really didn't want you to fuck that up. But, I mean, I can reasonably give you advantage. Because you were also pretty fucked up.
Oh, no.
As this clicks for you.
The instant that fucking processes, just Kuzo just all the color like drains from his face. Just
His already white face becomes whiter.
yeah. Oh no.
What's wrong, Kuzo?
It was one of the Shadow Knights that attacked the village.
I'm sorry?
The one with a blood trail that led to Glacius.
Then we should
Lyslovia
probably.
was turned into a Shadow Knight.
Then we should probably. You should probably say something right now to, you know.
I'm saying
Points
this
to-
out loud. I'm saying this out loud, so...
Yep,
Oh,
just
okay.
when you guys hashed out.
Okay.
Lorcian, you may also make an insight if you want to try and connect these dots.
I was just told.
Okay. I meant to, alleviate any skepticism you might have.
Alright, sure. That is.
Yep.
I never turned that on.
I turned it on because I was setting stuff up.
No,
But that's
you can
fine.
roll it again.
No, that's fine. Yes. You are all, after it being brought to your attention, you also make that connection.
What did I do? Oh no. She was under the jailer.
Using Allestries' power, no less.
Wasn't the one that dealt the killing blow, though. It was
Oh no, it was Beamy.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Still using
It was-
Allestries' power, so yeah, that worked out anyways. Anyways,
Oh no.
so what?
I just glanced towards like the area where the Lyslovia statue would be.
That would be there.
I look over to that direction. Is the statue there?
The statue is there. However, nope, that was wrong. That was the wrong page. I don't remember what the thing is. Nope, that's Lorcian. Kuzo. But it gives off a spiky purple aura.
Still glowing. I just
Whereas
Quickly
the
blink.
other statues give off a, some of them give off a smooth blue aura. Some of them give off a smooth... Oh, okay, don't want that. Guess like a pure, clean green aura. And others give off a, like, fiery red aura.
I think we got a problem. I'm still seeing the glow there. So during the attack, this who I'm guessing was likely Lyslovia corrupted into a Shadow Knight was part of the attack.
Are you saying this, or are you asking me something?
I'm saying this out loud.
Okay. Are you saying that Lyslovia was somehow turned and became part of this attack of these Shadow Knights?
Yes.
I see it too.
During the combat, I had fought her. I seemingly chopped off her limbs to prevent her from attacking us, but I didn't deal any sort of killing blow. So
You only dismembered her while she was alive. Sort of.
God.
This does not bode well. However,
No.
Lyslovia was her voice trembling a little bit. though. She was a cautious dragon. Perhaps she froze all of Fendrana over in hopes to freeze out whatever was attacking.
Possibly, but
Perhaps your next course of action is to find a way to Fendrana and investigate the situation. Maybe there's some key to saving her there.
maybe. Oh, God. All right. Well, we have our next course of action, I suppose. We've got multiple options to get there.
Lorcian's just going to sort of put his head down. And that makes 4.
In the meantime, while you guys are over here, we're gonna jump over to, here we go, boys. Nightfall and Timothy.
The Adventures of Nightfall and Timothy.
Nightfall, Timothy, what are you doing?
So with Nightfall, she's flying through the air. She's grabbed Timothy like under her arms,
Yes.
flying above, and then flies up onto the roof of this house. Peering over the edge, they both look down upon the 4 goblins that were just basking in the glory of their completed repairs of the house that Rigord had gloriously charged through.
Oh.
Nightfall turns to Timothy. All right, Timothy, follow my lead. With no explanation.
No!
As you watch, you see very, like, just starts walking down the side of the roof, down toward the edge here.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going anywhere, mister. As Nightfall swoops, picks him up again.
As you go to reach, he, like, leaps back. Back, you foul wench! I must return to my master!
Oh, God, yes!
Nightfall's grabbing him.
Okay, you pick him up, he's squirming. God damn it, I will get you for this!
So Nightfall flies off the roof, the very top point of the house, over one of the goblins. And then Nightfall stops using her wings, and she and Timothy plummet straight on top of the goblin's head.
We have reports of a dead goblin in the area died of a fucking heart
Oh
attack.
no! Oh no! He's centering himself. Oh no! What have you done?
Oh no, you wench! What are you planning to do? No! As you land on this goblin, all the other goblins kind of stop and they're just like, they just stare.
I have a bit.
Oh, okay.
A shadowy illusion of a giant ghost spider appears above the goblin.
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Timothy's arms are flailing all over the fucking place. Nightfall's wings are like just fanning up above him to make more of an image. The giant ghost spider above them, in Nightfall's voice, bellows out, "Tiny goblin, your soul will be mine!"
Alright, so all the goblins just kind of freeze looking. Is it above them or in front of them? The illusion.
Above.
As they look up and just freeze, and the air around you just kind of Smells absolutely terrible.
Oh my god.
Please put me on the map. I want to see this.
What do we even see?
I don't care what I even want to see. I just want to be here.
Hearing all the commotion, one of the other goblins also comes out of the house to the other side to see what's going on, and she also immediately freezes on the spot.
We need more Nightfall and Timothy adventures.
The giant ghost spider, it also starts flailing its legs like Timothy.
If you're casting an illusion of Timothy, it would do whatever Timothy is doing.
Oh, okay.
God fucking damn it. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have allowed it.
You really shouldn't have. You're gonna give them all heart attacks.
Ready for half the goblin population just to die of fright? Cause it's not like Timothy's a cute spider, man. He's fucking terrifying up close.
Exactly. And then, in the next moment, Nightfall uses Dimensional Door and teleports herself and Timothy immediately back into the Temple of the Dragons.
You can only teleport yourself to a place that you can see. You can't see inside the temple. I don't think Dimensional Door lets you go through walls.
No.
What's
It can be one place you can visualize.
Teleport yourself from your current location. Then you arrive exactly the spot desired. It can be... Dimensional Door it's an anchor between two places, but I don't know if it can teleport through objects.
It's basically Arcane Rift, but 500 feet. And no one else can go through except for you and another person.
And a willing creature. Timothy's absolutely 100% not willing. So the spell would fizzle.
Well, no, only Nightfall would be teleported.
Sorry.
She wouldn't leave Timothy behind.
Yeah, but you've already cast it, and you don't fully understand how the spell works. So you're just gonna teleport thinking you're taking him with you, expecting to still be holding him, and he's not there. Cue the anime, outline just blinking away. Hey, wait, where'd he go?
Boop, 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 boop.
I'm gonna say you can teleport yourself to the entrance, but you can't. I'm not gonna let you go through buildings with it. You can't teleport if you're outside. You can't teleport inside something unless you can see the inside of the building. I also completely lost the token. Oh, your tokens are here. Yeah, temple's definitely not 184 feet away, but I'll let it go. I'll say you can teleport yourself to the entrance. But not inside. God.
Okay.
Nightfall, Timothy. Alright, so you cast your teleport, and you end up over here. Timothy does not. Ah, yes! I am free of that witch! Now where did my master go?
Oh god.
As Nightfall exits her dimensional door, her arms are still where Timothy would have been. She's like, "Oh, Timothy? Timothy, where'd you go?" Oh. as Nightfall reopens dimensional door back to where she had been with Timothy.
Oh God. That would be over here. Timothy is not here.
Find Timothy.
In the meantime, let's jump back to the fucking temple.
Oh, we needed that. I needed that.
Going back to you guys, having just learned who this one Shadow Knight was.
Thinking for a second. Remembering the fucking cube. There might be a way we can save her. Do you still have the cube on you, Lorcian?
Yes.
Actually, who?
Kuzo was the last one with it.
I think Kuzo has the cube.
I do?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
When we ended, you were holding it, saying, "What the fuck is this?" And then I ended it there. So
Right.
I've been acting under the assumption that you still have it on you.
Okay, then.
I'm ready for the session when you guys lose the ESM because you guys forgot who had it. If you lose the ESM, there will not be another one.
Ugh. We can save her with this. We just gotta fucking recharge it.
My ESM.
Share the burden.
Oh, I hope that works.
Kuzo did the same thing Ken did. Pulls out a trump card. It's not even his trump card. Sorry, continue.
We could probably save her with this. We just need to find a recharge station. We used it on the other Shadow Knights and was able to restore them back to who they originally were. Question is, where's a recharging station?
Lady Allestries, did you know of the facility below this temple?
Below this temple? To my knowledge, there is nothing below this temple but the ground.
We have been inside of it.
What did you find?
It is
Massive underground facility?
It is a
Built-
Go ahead.
Massive underground facility filled with golems of various types and make.
Beneath this temple? She sounds very puzzled.
The entrance was right outside the front door, right at the base of the stairs. It went into lockdown right once we left, but
Not only was it a functioning facility, but not only was it there a facility, but it was still functioning?
It was called, I believe they said Kione's laboratory. One of them, anyway.
You see Amika's eyes widen. That would explain the Ark, how the Ark is nearby, and it was able to more or less function. If Kione's laboratory is beneath this temple, then that's probably how the Ark was able to work the way it did.
It is to my belief that there are more of these temples. Or, not these temples, but more of these laboratories of Kione's.
I see.
And there's a recharging station for this device at one of them.
question is, where is it? Let's see.
5KYVV411. Do you have anything? Do you know of anything like that?
Are you asking Kuzo that, or are you asking Allestries that?
Allestries.
I can't say that I'm familiar with it. Although, for a device such as this, perhaps, Skywall might be your best bet. It's the most magically advanced city on Elysia.
Skywall, huh?
That would mean going through Vermilion Mountain. And yeah.
Fly up there, but I'm not sure how.
May I see this cube, this device?
Yeah, sure.
Amika holds her hand out to it, to you.
I hold it out.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and do one of these.
Yeah. I hold it out. Show her the cube.
She takes the cube. And we're gonna go ahead and jump back to,
Oh boy.
The Adventures of Nightfall in Timothy. Let's go.
you guys
Put
want
me
to
back
bring-
on that map, please. I need to see. I need to continue to watch this.
I love how these are two very different, emotionally charged events happening.
I need my set of cartoons after watching a brutal murder happen, okay? I need my Tom and Jerry.
So Nightfall reappears above the goblins.
Just in time, rounding the corner, you see Marisa finally awake. She's out for a stroll, and immediately turns the corner and is just like, and she's like shooting prestidigitation at all the goblins to clean up the mess. Pew, 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 pew.
Bang your guns
And
with
before you-
prestidigitation.
Before you ask, no, she does not have cosmic prestidigitation. It does not destroy their ass.
I need cosmic
No.
prestidigitation to be a thing.
No, because its cleaning aspect is just to destroy everything. Its solution aspect would just create something.
Oh,
And I hope to God you never try to create small flames, because you will literally conjure the fucking sun.
Oh god.
Oh, I need to conjure a sun.
You can, you have Novic Impact. Sort of. Anyways,
So after Nightfall popping back in, the jig is up. The goblins know that it was her because she came back to get Timothy, but he's nowhere to be found. It wasn't me. As Nightfall quickly starts zipping around. Timothy, where are you? We gotta get out of here.
as the goblins try desperately to chase you, their fucking tools like in R.
Oh, yes.
I keep flying around and searching for Timothy.
Meanwhile, Timothy. I sense my master is nearby, somewhere in this large stone building. But this crevasse of flowing fluid bars my path. Jumping back to Nightfall over here.
Oh, fuck yes.
Do I see Timothy from here?
You do not. He's small and like in the trees.
As the goblins start closing in, Nightfall realizes that she should try to return to the party. Her safety is on the line. Then she starts following the river.
Oh wait, no, you said you're following the river, you're not teleporting?
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna fly.
Oh, well in that case.
God. What a shit show.
No, you guys weren't there for the shit show. Shit show happened here and Marisa cleaned it up.
Nightfall is like straining to fly as fast as she can away from this angry mob.
Meanwhile, Timothy, perhaps I can shoot a web from this tree to that one, and to that one, and swing across like some kind of Neanderthal.
Oh,
Ah, success! I approach godhood once more. Climbs down the tree. Nightfall. Where the hell did you go?
oh.
Goblins continue to chase you.
Keep flying around the bend.
You just hear the goblins yelling shit like, "You're so fairy!" Insect thing.
Oh, I spotted
Maybe-
Timothy yet.
Fuck, yes.
Don't worry, Timothy. I'll get us out of here, no problem. As Nightfall dives in to pick up Timothy again.
I'm gonna scooch back a little bit here so I can click on Timothy. Oh, not this time, you bitch! Wall of force! As you were flying in, just slam straight into a wall of force.
You hear the squeaky sound of Nightfall just sliding down the wall.
As Nightfall just slams into the wall. As Timothy continues to, like, trot along.
Nightfall tries to find a way around the wall.
Yep, you managed. It's just a wall, a single plane, so you just go around it.
Oh, okay.
You can't see where they are, though.
I'll just fly. They're 10 feet tall or something, right?
They're 10 by
Yeah.
10 by 10 feet. And he can place 10 of them.
Oh no.
And they're invisible.
Nightfall finds the first one, like, goes around it and zips forward, hitting another one. Splat. Ow! Come on, Timothy, we gotta get out of here!
While you are trying to navigate this invisible labyrinth of walls of forces, coming from behind you over the river, you just hear bang, 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 bang. The goblins are building a bridge to get across the river.
Oh, God.
Oh, yes.
Nightfall tries to fly around this next one. Hits the next one. Ow!
I just realized what the goblins are. Remember that episode of Family Guy where the fucking Amish are
They're the
pulling their
Amish,
barn
yep,
out?
yep.
Oh, they are the Amish.
As they continue to chase Nightfall, they also start running into the walls of forest. Timothy continues.
Hearing the goblins in a confusion, Nightfall turns around with gives them the one eye, sticks her tongue out at them,
turns around to keep flying
Lovely.
and hits another wall.
Oh, I love it already. I need more Tom and Jerry. I need to just let Nightfall have Timothy.
Meanwhile, back in the main plot, just
Anyways, going on in the fucking temple.
I need.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll know what we need to do now.
Just to clarify, Nightfall is not here, but I'm not going to keep splitting the tokens up because it's a pain in the ass.
Okay. Do I need to go to Skywall next then? Before we try to get the Fendrana.
Oh, that's right. You handed the cube to
Amica. Yeah.
You guys hear a familiar sound. Arbiter system. Overriding entity Allestries.
We're gonna just.
I'm gonna quickly try to just take it out of her hand just the second that it touches and that happens.
Error. Metaphysical connection lost. Returning to standby mode.
Holy fuck!
Okay. Let's
Not let you touch that again.
Oof, that was close.
Oh dear.
Is she even reacting, or is she just standing there?
Yeah, oh, sorry. So she's still standing with her hand up. May I see the cube?
We just handed it to you, and should we just say it? Or...
You know what? Yes. This is
Okay,
Allestries. Who else are we gonna say?
Fair point. Okay, so the moment that you touch this cube, it seems something was trying to override you right at that moment.
Override me?
Yeah, basically. Look into my memories again. You'll just see what just happened.
Oh my fucking god, I forgot she can do that.
Oh. Cole, you've done it.
Oh.
Cole, you genius. Oh my god.
Defeated the GM with one move. Point out a plot point.
Checkmate.
Well, Tristan's gone off to contemplate his life choices at the hands of one of his players, Cole.
Check in, mate, people.
I think I just undid whatever plan he had again.
Things went sideways almost immediately, and then they went sideways.
Did I just fuck up your plans? I don't know if that's a frustration, like, I can't believe I forgot that, or, why would you fuck up the plot? Why would you do this?
Because remember, Tristan works in the, what's the name of that graph system? The if...
But I did...
Yes or no,
Draw.io. Is that what you're talking
well, yeah,
about?
but there's a name of that graph system.
If Kuzo equals true, kill.
I thought, did I just fuck up? Was this a frustration of like, god damn it, why did you remind me of that? Or did I just fuck up the plot line again?
You did something that Tristan did not predict.
I was not prepared for, mainly because I forgot that she could do that.
Okay. Didn't want a fucking barrier
Kuzo,
situation
you broke
again.
the barrier again, Kuzo.
No, there's no barrier situation this time around. All it does is accelerate some plot.
Okay, so barrier situation.
No, it doesn't
God damn it,
require me
Kuzo.
to rewrite an entire fucking chapter, you dick sneeze. It just accelerates some plot. A little bit. That's fine. Let me think. Okay. Are you sure, Kuzo? Peering into one's memories is not a insignificant thing to allow. Just allow.
You won't believe me unless you look for yourself.
He was giving you a chance to fix it.
Alrighty. As Amika reaches up, puts her hand on your cheek again. Kuzo, you kind of like wince and like grunt a little bit as you can almost feel her shifting through your memories, looking for something specific instead of just letting things play out.
Like
So
just
meantime,
the last couple minutes. What the?
Nope, that's not what I'm looking for.
That's the theme music in Kuzo's head. Oh yeah, let's go. More Tom and Jerry.
Eventually, she manages to find the bits about the ESM.
What?
And Kuzo, you get to like relive these memories as she views them.
Like as it just happened, like
As if it's happening again. First, your memory recalls back to the inside of the laboratory when the cube was first introduced to you. You weren't really sure what it was doing until Nightfall touched it. You recall the memory of well, actually, I can just play the sound effect. You recall
Arbiter system overriding entity Nightfall.
As her eyes changed, you could see like almost what looked like magical circuitry forming inside the eyes. And she was able to hack and modify and alter constructs, but only certain constructs, not all of them. Some of them were different, and she could not interact with them in any way, shape, or form. Additionally, she had some unique skills. One where she literally reassembled damaged tissue using words like organic or existence or system and override. She didn't sound like a living creature, she sounded like a machine. And you see Amika, she kind of pulls her hand away. And Allestries, you're saying this cube did this to me as well.
yes.
Where did you find such a cube?
Going off of my best guess of its origins, it was originally found in the facility under here. However, someone else had managed to get in there and get a hold of it before. And Lorcian here bought it from some merchant.
A merchant had an artifact like this?
Yeah.
But how would that merchant get into this laboratory if the doors, you said, had been sealed up?
It wasn't sealed when we initially went in there. It only sealed up after, once it detected one of the jailer's presences in Raelix. And it set the entire facility into lockdown until... I believe it said it was until the presence is gone.
My sister is the one who got it.
I just turned... You have a sister? What?
I've been letting you read these notes. Have you not been paying attention to what you've been reading?
I've been reading them, but I didn't piece it together. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, there was a note locked in it, apparently, when it was first opened.
This would imply that Lorcian, your sister, was able to not only make it this far into, well, I guess this far into the future without the aid of the Ark, but she also managed to interact with this matrix, this energy synergy matrix.
From my guess is she worked alongside Kione. Or at least knew Kione.
That wouldn't be unreasonable prior to the Ark's activation. Keone worked a lot alongside many of the villagers and townsfolk. However, for her to make it this far into the future without the Ark, either she knows how she's mastered chronomancy, or she is ancient.
She's practicing it. Chronomancy.
One question still remains, and it still eludes even me. I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of the Ark was. Or did I give you what the purpose of the Ark was?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Shit.
did.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you told us it was save Ascari for send them to the future.
Because of the Shadow Knights.
Right. Yes. Okay, never mind. Forget that last bit. Let me take that back.
Right?
Well, all things considered, this ESM, as you guys have been calling it, has the capacity to reverse the corruption or whatever creates these Shadow Knights. So perhaps this cube, this tiny cube, has the fate of our entire world within it.
That's not discouraging at all.
At the moment, it seems like it. And the only one that can open it and actually use its function on corrupted creatures is Nightfall.
Cuts to Nightfall playing with Timothy.
Speaking of which, Nightfall! The goblins are still stumbling away, and the situation's becoming a bit more dire.
Save Timothy. Operation Save Timothy is a go. As Nightfall attempts to fly at Timothy again. Ow! Nightfall tries again. Nightfall's like struggling to keep afloat. Her flying chiron's like waving around. She's getting a little lightheaded and dizzy from hitting all the walls.
Goes to sit down, wall slams forward.
The goblins have now like dispersed as they try to maneuver around the walls. Having seen all the walls that you run into, they kind of move around it. So they're kind of letting you go ahead to find out where all the walls are.
Oh. You goblins are more clever than you look. But don't think you have me just yet. See, Timothy,
as in response to your phrase, what was the fuck was this one's name? Grobolino responds, "Yeah, you'd be real surprised of our intelligence. We may be small, but we're not dumb."
I see. I'll make sure not to underestimate you again. But today is my win. As Nightfall like holds up at the end. And then she dimensional doors over top of Timothy.
And as you try to dimensional door, your spell fizzles. As you look up above and you see Timothy looking down at you, camera zooms in on him, staring menacingly at you. Not this time, bitch! Counter spells your dimensional door.
Oh, I love him!
As you hear Timothy give off a sinister cackle in your direction.
Oh, I love him already.
as Nightfall's like falling slowly out of the air, like downwards. Timothy, why? You heard that, right?
I did.
Okay.
As you watch Timothy, he just kind of turns around, and just continues walking away.
With one last ditch attempt, Nightfall tries to fly up the side of the temple and grab Timothy one last time.
As you manage to fly up the side of the temple, and swoop in to catch Timothy, he dimensional doors himself off a little bit, and you just miss. And he quickly skitters inside.
Nightfall like kind of slides on the ground after missing Timothy. She, determined to continue, she picks herself up and follows him into the temple.
One second. Gotta change the music again. Nightfall. God damn it, here we go.
Oh boy.
So, in the meantime, as you guys are having this very heavy discussion with one of the dragon gods, Timothy clatters back in and climbs up onto Lorcian, sits on atop his head. As Lorcian, you hear in your mind, "Master, I have bested your trial and returned to you safely."
They consider us even. I too have bested yours and retrieved the barrier stone.
As Nightfall comes swooping in, grabs Timothy, and swoops back out. "Master, no, why?"
I just
does know
I'm like
he can
I'm
teleport.
just about to start a sentence. I just see that. I just go,
He does.
what
He
the fuck
does
is
know
that?
he can just teleport, right?
He'll figure it out eventually.
He only has two. Oh shit! Yeah, he can use your spell book. He can just teleport whenever.
Yeah.
I actually forgot because I don't have his spell list. I can't see his spell list. Only you can.
Oh, my spell list is his spell list. You can open.
I
my
know.
sheet
I'd
and
have to
check it
open your. I'd have to open up your sheet.
Oh.
I try to avoid opening player spell sheets unless I need to check like technical support stuff. Anyway, so Nightfall,
yes.
you have snatched Timothy again.
Nightfall quickly realizes that her timing was incorrect. She was attempting to fly back to Lorcian and Kuzo for help, but now that she had grabbed Timothy after and had flown out, that this was not what she had imagined.
Oh, I love it.
Timothy, I think we gotta go.
Oh no. Oh.
As Nightfall flies up to this lip and looks down upon the goblins below. With Timothy safe in her grasp, she yells out,
And before you could open your mouth to say anything, Timothy, his voice changing as it rings in your head. "You will return me to my master, or you will draw your last breath."
Jesus Christ!
You know we were just playing, right, Timothy?
"You will return me to my master, or this will be your last breath. Choose wisely."
Nightfall stares down at the goblins, their pitchforks and tools in hand, screaming up at her. Timothy, I think my joke's gone on long enough.
I would agree. He says, staring at you, "You would do wise not to irritate a demon spider."
Jesus Christ.
As he kind of like, with his legs, kind of breaks free of your grasp and continues walking back into the temple.
No, Timothy, you can't leave me here. They'll eat me alive.
And he turns around and he stares at you with all 8 of his eyes. And what you see in the reflection of his eyes, death. Actual death. Oh god. I was literally over there fucking LARPing to goddamn DM that last encounter, and that made me cringe.
You're welcome.
Holy shit. That's going on YouTube, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Again, this is the second time you did it.
Oh, that is.
Yeah, you called
Holy
Nickel
fuck.
Weeb.
Timothy got dark fast.
So Nightfall, what will you do?
Nightfall's still staring down above the abyss. The 1,000-foot drop to where the goblins were. By comparison to first size.
Yep.
I just
You'll never
realized
take me alive, goblins! As Nightfall immediately flies into the building.
I just realized the tonal difference. It just ended with Kuzo saying the only one who can do it is Nightfall. They just have their in and out shenanigans and then just leave. The fucking
Master of Puppets. Pulling those strings, twisting your mind, and smelling your things.
Smelling your things? Alright, hang on a second. First you lick my knives, and now you're smelling my things?
As Timothy returns once more. Master, I have bested your second stage trial.
That one was very unintended.
Meanwhile, Nightfall. Flaw. Fear of spiders.
Fear of Timothy.
Nightfall comes flying in after him. She flies up to here and frantically looking around for, like, clearly something was going on.
Meanwhile, Kuzo.
Flies around a little.
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here holding the cube, just with a petrified look of like, God damn it, no.
Lorcian, I got hide in your bag.
I'm sorry.
Nightfall,
Timothy's sitting on Lorcian's head and you're gonna hide in his backpack?
yes.
Okay.
Nightfall just swoops in and, like, immediately goes into Lorcian's little bag.
Oh no. Okay, so we gotta. This is gonna be a nightmare. Alright. Okay. Let's I guess let's head back to the village and get stuff ready and plan for a trip to Skywall then.
Yeah. Let's. I. This is a lot to take in.
You think? Okay. Hey, so we gotta find a better way to protect this thing then.
I have no idea.
Alright. I would suggest we store it in that one chest that Lacey's had on its side, but...
And I don't even want to try and bring it anywhere near void storage.
Yeah.
Why not?
And we don't even know where Glacey's body is. Or his weapon.
I have a very bad guess. A very bad guess in the sense that, oh, that's bad, not a horrible guess.
Alright. I guess let's head back now. See what we can do once we start making our skywall.
Do you have any way that additional way that we may protect this Lady Allestries?
Could she do? I'm not sure. I'm too unfamiliar with it. I don't know what kind of power it contains. Maybe if you could find a way back into the lab where you got it, you can. Maybe there's something in there that could help you carry it or transport it safely.
Thank you. I will definitely have a look.
We'll have to start figuring a way to get in there then.
I have the key in my bag.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a curse. Oh. Oh.
As soon as he said that, I knew exactly what he meant.
Yeah, okay. Alrighty. We'll head back to the village now and then figure out from there when we want to start making our way back into...
Go ahead.
Then let's make our way back to the village and plan out how we want to go about exploring the facility under here.
Lady Allestries, if we are needed here again, is there a way that you can contact us?
As Amica holds her hand out toward Kuzo.
All right.
Kuzo is an emissary of Allestries. Ryozo would know that the dragons that they're emissaries of can contact them.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I know that.
Alrighty.
And Lorcian will nod and head out.
Put the cube away in my pack and then start making my way out. Okay, let's see what damage Nightfall and Timothy I've done. So, like, do we just open the door and the goblins just standing out there with pitchforks and torches?
No, the goblins have left.
Oh.
But there is now a bridge leading across the river over there.
What the fuck happened?
Why is there a bridge?
That bridge
Yeah,
was
man.
always there.
I glare
No.
towards Lorcian's backpack. I look towards Timothy.
Wrong.
Can you tell me what happened, Timothy?
Actually,
can't.
guys.
I can.
Alrighty.
Okay, will you?
No.
Is it anything we need to worry about that's severely damaging?
Define severely damaging.
Even if it's not a death to either you,
Did you
me,
kill
or
anybody?
I did not kill anybody.
Okay.
Did anybody die?
To my knowledge, no. Real shame.
To your knowledge. And real shame?
Anyway, I'm gonna take that as good news. Let's just keep going now.
Good news. Hang on a second.
Let's just go.
What do you mean, let's just go?
He obviously doesn't want to talk about it. We're not gonna spend an hour here just sitting here talking, trying to get
Okay.
across him.
Master, I strongly recommend you follow the Kuzo's advice.
What the fuck happened?
As Kuzo's just walking
What?
by on his way
Mi-
back, he just looks towards the bridge. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Just accept it. It's now there. Just okay.
Just the word
What did
bridge.
you fucking to do? Good God.
As we get closer, do we smell anything different in the village at all, or?
From this distance, no, but no.
Okay. No, but no. Okay. Okay.
I see Amica has beat us here yet again.
Okay. Looking around, is there any fires or anything? Like, I'm trying to look for Nightfall and Timothy damage.
There's a fire.
Okay. The moment not even gonna get to that.
What in the world happened?
Again, it's better. Let's not ask.
What do you mean, let's not ask?
We got more important things to worry about.
Master, I believe he is referring to... He's asking you to refrain from questioning the current predicament. Or the past predicament, I should say.
I don't like that you're suddenly being so secretive.
That is a shame.
Alright.
Y'all are
I'll be
fools
sure
who think
not
your
to-
companions don't get character development either.
I'll be sure not to let Nightfall take you off anymore. We don't need any more of that.
Much appreciated, Master. As Nightfall in Lorcian's bag, you feel a gaze upon you. Only for a brief moment. So, what will you guys do? What is your current
Well,
plan?
I'm going to go check my house for, what's-her-face? Marisa.
Follow with them, because our current like meeting spot. Okay. Oh. She's not here. Seems to be awake now.
Well, let's go find her then.
Alright.
Did either of you see her during your escapade? Great talk.
I'm thinking.
I'm waiting for Nightfall. I'm always going to prioritize player responses over my NPCs.
Nightfall is trying to be as quiet as possible.
Master, I believe the one you are looking for, she awakened some time ago. Appeared to have been wandering the village.
I see. We're about
East, across the bridge, in, I guess, what would be considered the Goblin District.
Alright then.
well. At least I know where you two were now.
Oh.
And as Nightfall, as you make that little squeak, you immediately feel a very heavy gaze on you. As Kuzo, you see Timothy has turned around on Lorcian's head and is like staring down at his backpack. Nothing but sheer malice in his eyes. All 8 of them.
Hey, you know what? Here, hold up. Don't move, Lorcian. As I go and open up his pack and grab Nightfall out. Just...
Nightfall, a god hand comes in through the backpack and pulls you out.
No!
So you don't get eaten by Timothy, who I'm pretty sure would try. He has a glare like...
You wouldn't eat me,
Glare.
would
Oh,
you,
okay.
Timothy?
The Kuzo cannot prove that.
Anyway, you're gonna just stay right here. Then I just set you on my shoulder. There.
Kuzo, I don't know if this is a good idea.
You're likely to get trapped in his bag.
No, I felt much safer in Lorcian's bag.
Okay.
As Nightfall once again is kidnapped by Kuzo. Or I guess you could say Nightfall is put in harm's way by Kuzo again.
Break his arm. Break the arm, Kuzo.
Break the other arm.
I'm doing that.
Do it.
Alrighty.
Actually, no, let's go for a leg this time.
Jesus Christ.
What? She flies. She doesn't need them. It's just extra weight, like the back seats of my car.
Let's go.
Alrighty.
I actually legit lost those seats, by the way. I don't know where they are.
Someone stole your
Someone's-
seats. Can't have shit in Toronto.
I don't live in Toronto. I live in Cambridge. Toronto's like
region.
an out. I don't know. It's Waterloo region. You dick sneeze. Great. Now I just like posted where I live on fucking the internet. Thanks.
Time to put some sensor beeps over that.
I probably could actually. I'm pretty
It's
good at sound editing.
So I just did that so you could find it. I clapped.
No. That's a spike
There
I
you
need
go.
to use.
There you go.
Your clap won't even show up on the fucking, at least on Sony Vegas's fucking Spectrum.
What a shame.
Alrighty.
It's not very sensitive.
So now what do we do? Oh, what's that smell?
No, there's no smell. She cleaned it up.
Oh, okay. Damn it. Alrighty. Not sure where to start looking.
Neither do I.
Nightfall's on Kuzo's shoulder, right?
Oh, let's go!
Kuzo.
As Kuzo, you are immediately surrounded by 4 goblins. Let me just,
Okay. He immediately grabs Nightfall by the wings.
Kuzo, no!
What did you do?
Nothing.
I want to
Lorcian's gonna turn around.
imagine. I want to imagine that a person touching Nightfall's wings is like. Maris, you've seen the helpful fox Senko, right?
Yeah.
It's like someone touching Senko's ears. Oh, it's so funny. I should rewatch that anime. I love that anime so much. Anyways,
Really? You did nothing? Considering I see 4 angry goblins here, that seem to be quite pissed.
They're not angry. They're happy to see you, Kuzo. Please let me go.
she's
Oh, you guys are
totally
happy to-
lying.
I mean, if I start swaying back and forth.
Uh-oh. Kuzo, I'm gonna need sleight of hand, or you might damage Nightfall's wings.
Yeah, oh my god.
Oh, that face! Yes, I feed on that.
Tristan will live forever.
It's true. Damn it. Okay. You don't damage Nightfall's wings.
Hey then.
Sometimes I get disappointed when you guys succeed, God.
So what you do to you for?
Conjured a giant monster spider on us while we were basking in the glory of our finished project. That led to some undesired results.
Oh really, eh? Did I just say that? What do you guys say for yourself, Nightfall?
Fucking drops Nightfall like it's a microphone.
Lorcian's just going to turn around and cross his arms and just look over the six.
Look over what?
The 6 people.
Everybody was having a good laugh.
That's still not true. Sorry, I gotta get the voice right. It's hard to voice this one. It's still not true. I can't go deeper than that.
Okay. Trying to make sure everybody had a good laugh, huh? Alright then. You see.
Nightfall. Explain to me what happened. And I won't let Kuzo give you to the goblins.
Master, to borrow the words of Nightfall, recommendation: feed her to someone.
Lorcian, I don't think Timothy likes to play.
And no, Timothy does not like to play.
Master,
Oh.
I believe that the Nightfall is the stupid.
Hey, you take that back.
No.
With all the eyes of everyone around glaring angrily at Nightfall. Okay, Lorcian. Timothy and I, we played a prank.
Try again.
What do you mean, Timothy? It was a team effort.
No, it was not.
More inclined to believe Timothy right now.
That and I can see through Timothy's eyes.
No, you can't.
Nightfall doesn't know that!
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Wait, so Lorcian, you knew the entire time what was going on and you didn't stop us?
I was inside talking to Allestries! You know, Dragon God! I'm not just gonna walk away! Yes, I was talking to God. 1 second, let me go stop the prank.
Hang on a second. I need to go discipline my idiot children.
Oh my god.
Just a second, God. While I walk out in the middle of our fucking conversation
About the fate of the world.
about the fate of the world and all who inhabit it, to go stop this prank. Yes,
Oh my god.
Nightfall, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, Lorcian.
Nightfall's gonna take 10 depression damage.
You know, what? I think a fitting reversal will be in order. Here, let's just, is there any flowers on the ground nearby or anything like that?
Oh god. Sure, yeah, it's just random like dandelion on the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab some of that and just start tying some around Nightfall, and making it into like a makeshift spider outfit. And it's not even a good looking one, it looks like shit. So...
Okay, so you try to tie this spider outfit into around Nightfall. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing, so you've just kind of trapped her in a wad of dandelion stems.
Good enough. There you go. Now it's Nightfall ball.
Nightfall is literally just like star posing in like a giant wad of dandelion stems.
Kuzo.
Oh, actually, Kuzo, roll me luck.
Kuzo, what are you doing? Kuzo, what are you doing?
Wait, that'd be 14.
Oh my god.
Amidst the handful of dandelion stems you collected, you also collected a tall-ish plant with leaves shaped like a fist.
Oh.
Oh, yes, let's go.
As you tie it into this wad of Nightfall and dandelions, you also manage to add an extra salad to the wounds. You tie in a single bruise coming.
Just a ball on a fist.
So sticking out of this wad, Nightfall, like out of like your chest, is a little stem with a tiny fist. With a leaf shaped like a tiny fist. Every time you move, it like tries to punch at you. It comes like this close. It gets this close to your face, but misses every time.
Oh, this isn't good. Kuzo, why have you tied me up?
Because you terrorized the villagers.
I was trying to have fun.
That is actually true. It did terrorize us.
Scaring people to the point of, what you say, near death, or like...
Are you asking me that as a DM or as the goblins?
I'm asking the goblins, like, you're saying close to death, or...
That's better than the alternative, so yeah, let's go with that.
Okay, yeah, so scaring them half to death like that is not good. A fun prank is harmless, not heart-stopping. You're gonna sit in this ball for like an hour or two, just so you...
Okay,
Actually,
come on.
How long did she scare you guys for?
This ordeal was happening while you guys were talking to Allestries, so it would have been the same duration. We'll say 20 minutes.
You're gonna be in this ball for 20 minutes.
What?
You're
No!
going to
Can't fly.
leave Nightfall tied up for 20 minutes, Kuzo.
Just 20
With
minutes.
with a plant trying to punch her face in. by the way.
Just stay still and you'll be fine.
Okay, no.
Alright? No?
Just
Would you rather I just...
untie her, and she can say she's sorry.
I don't think they're just gonna accept an apology for that. Are you guys?
Nightfall, roll luck.
Oh my god.
Yes! So yeah.
Well, Kuzo?
Well, alright then. I'll just quickly just start undoing it, just like a blur. Fucking hands undoing.
There is a single Bruce Cummins sitting on the ground, its fists flailing wildly, trying to hit everybody around, but missing everyone, as it is a fucking plant.
Alright,
So, Maris, if you need a visual, picture a corn stalk, but instead of a cob at the end, it's a fist. A green leafy fist.
Okay.
That's what a Bruce Cummins is.
Oh.
It's a plant.
once that's done,
Not
just
to be
quickly,
not to be confused with violent grass.
I want some.
once that's done, just quickly just start shoving the plant stems and shit back into the grass.
I'm
With
gonna
my
grab
foot,
that Bruce
and then-
coming, because waste not, want not, huh?
Okay.
Okay,
Give me a
now
dex
Nightfall?
saving throw real quick.
Waste not, want not.
I just
I'm,
quickly
I'm
turn
trying.
around. I feel like, is someone just watching us? What?
I got a 16.
You take 3 bludgeoning damage as this thing punches you. As you
That's
pick it up.
fine. Waste not, want not.
As you stuff it in your bag, its arm is still flailing wildly, trying to hit people. That actually hurt the hell out of my shoulder. Ow.
Alright. Well, Nightfall, say you're sorry to these 4. And then... What were we doing again? Oh yeah, we were searching for that person.
Nightfall kind of solemnly hovers in the middle of the goblins and bows. I'm sorry, goblins. My prank went too far this time.
Yeah, it did. And they all kind of just turn away and head off in their own direction.
Nightfall turns to Timothy. I'm sorry, Timothy.
Don't you talk to me!
As Nightfall flies behind Kuzo for cover.
Yeah, I don't think Timothy's gonna be so willing to accept an apology.
Remember the Nightfall. An eye for an eye, but I have 8.
Oh, not good.
Just don't hurt Nightfall. She didn't hurt you, right?
Define hurt.
Physically hurt. Injure. Wound.
I guess not. As you
Mentally,
kind of,
emotionally hurt?
you kind of feel very much so. You kind of feel Timothy, the magic pressure that he emits whenever he's like writing his powerful attacks, subsides. Only Lorcian can feel that kind of pressure.
Thank you, Timothy. But if you want to get her back in another way, be my guest.
No, Lorcian, I don't think that's a good idea. Lorcian, no.
Lorcian, you feel him cast a spell.
Which one?
Prestidigitation.
Ah,
The rest
that'll
of
be fun.
you The rest of you see that on Nightfall's head is a turd. a stinky, smelly, wet, sloppy turd.
Wonderful. Let's go about our day.
He doesn't know. Good.
Alright then. Okay, let's continue looking for our recent woken guest person of interest.
Goblino.
Oh, yeah! Lorcian! What can I do you for?
Have you seen Marisa anywhere?
Who?
About this tall, blondish brown hair, not one of the people who you've been interacting with so far, I hope, maybe? Was asleep in the house here on my bed?
You could have worded that a little bit differently, as I just say that in the background. DM's dying. Tristan, you want to take 5 while you die? Do you want...
Oh! I see! I get your drift. Hard to keep them in one place, huh?
No, I don't think that you do. I don't think that you get my
I
drift
just
at all.
facepalm. I just facepalm in the distance, like hearing this, like just staying here. Like,
No need to explain, Lorcian. I understand. Bag 'em and tag 'em.
You could not be farther from my drift, Goblino.
There's his face.
It took me a minute to realize what he was talking about. Oh no. These goblins are savage as fuck.
What? I think I know who you're talking about. Last I saw her, she was talking to Harda.
right?
Okay. I'm not even gonna bother. You know what? Let's go. And where does
That's probably the best way to deal with it, Lorcian. Just forget about them and move on to the next one.
That's... And I chime up in the distance. Where does this Harda live?
the,
I can't say.
you know.
Oh, I'm not gonna say that. Never mind.
Too much for the recording.
It's too much.
Ooh.
I used the wrong words.
You gave it a whole different context that sounded way worse.
Okay, I used the wrong words. That's all there is to it. And no, I wasn't the one who gave context. It was Goblino who gave context. I simply stated where she was and had been for the fucking past 5 days while we were all asleep in the fucking house. For the same 5 days.
Again, you could have worded it differently. Like, again, you're not helping your own case
Dude, tell us
here.
I'm making this better, dude.
You could have said, oh, we were in a magical coma for 5 days.
Not that she was asleep in your bed for 5 days. They don't know what your relationship is. And also, you have this new form.
Alright, so how much HP does a goblin have?
5. All of them have 5.
Ugh.
Well, except for this one, who has 800. I'm kidding.
So
but
where
yeah,
does,
he also
where
has
does
10.
Haruna live?
He just points to the house behind you.
Thank you. Ugh. Face palming hard as I walk back.
Why did I do this to myself?
You better work on your wording for this next one. As I just say to Lorcian.
You guys approach the shop, I guess. It's a yeah, it's a shop. It's a tailoring shop. You open the door, and you see a single female goblin working away on a loom. Sorry, on a loom.
Haruna? Yes? We're looking for blonde hair, about this tall person. She might have just recently talked to you. Oh boy.
Why did I do this to myself? Why do I fucking do this to myself?
Oh boy, what voice did you give this one?
Kuzo, can you repeat your question for me while I fucking get ready to kill myself?
Hello? Hi, yes. Haruna, is it? We're looking for a blonde-haired, about this tall person. She was just talking to you, apparently.
Ow! She was here recently!
Oh my good god, that's worse than Rigard.
Did she happen to say where she was going?
She did not! I think she was just looking around the town. She was kind of in awe that all these buildings just kind of came out of nowhere.
Fair enough, sorry.
So
Alright,
were we.
sorry to bother you then. I'll let you get back to what you're doing. And I just quickly close the door and walk back out.
I'm gonna stop the door. Do you have any idea where she could have went?
I fucking hate you.
I know.
I'm trying to help the DM boy so he can do whatever wacky
I'm
voice
not
got
really sure. She just seemed to be looking around. She didn't really have a destination in mind. Also, Lorcian, as you're talking to them, she kind of like gives you like a bashful look. Hashtag you four.
I just stop and look. 1 second. You piece it together. Oh no. It's gonna be
Kuzo,
great.
is it just me or is she looking at Lorcian all funny?
Shh. I just quickly go. Just while Nightfall starts piping up a little bit, I just go. Let's not talk about it. It's gonna cause us more headache. Just ignore it for now. Keep going.
Oh, the relationship between mortals. Intimacy.
Yes, no, shh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool. Let's just go. And I just start backing up and start walking away.
I'm going to follow Kuzo.
As we're walking, I'm just shaking my head, occasionally looking back at Lorcian.
Are you jealous, Kuzo?
No, that's not it at all. I just realized it's gonna cause us headaches for conversations later.
She had a very warm smile.
Yes, I know. I can already foresee situations where it's gonna turn from more than just being a smile.
Like what?
This is it, boys. This is the episode where Nightfall gets the talk.
I volunteer Kuzo.
I'm starting to wonder, is Lorcian and Kuzo Nightfall's friends or parents?
Find out next time.
Hang on, I'm talking to God, but I need to go stop my idiot children.
God,
Oh, yes.
God, can you wait a minute? I'll be right back.
Wait a minute,
The
it's
light-
Nightfall and Timothy Pinky and the Brain, basically. One
yes.
smart evil.
Yes.
Derpy.
Pinky and the brain.
Anyway, I just turned to Nightfall. Give a quick analogy. And you know how spiders make webs and then they catch flies and stuff and other insects?
Oh no. I don't like where this is going.
I already hate it.
Please don't Pro Street how spiders work.
I'm not. I'm waiting.
Were there spiders in Ardenweald, Tristan?
Sure.
Uh,
Oh, okay.
Timothy, I'm going to need you to fact check all of this.
Master, I would prefer not to comment on the relationships of mortals.
I think I understand what you mean, Kuzo.
Uh-oh. That's
I
worse.
didn't even finish the analogy, but okay.
Hang on a minute.
Which is why it's worse.
Oh, that is so bad.
No, I was meaning Nightfall was agreeing with what Kuzo has said so far.
Oh.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, you know how they like to, like it's basically other insects that are very appetizing for the spider end up getting caught in the web.
I hate so much of this interaction.
Never mind. This analogy's going nowhere fast. I'm realizing now it's gonna. It's not
You
way
talk
worse.
about me for my words.
Okay.
I think Kuzo's trying to explain to Nightfall that Lorcian's a womanizer.
No. I'm just trying
or
to
a
say,
lady,
No,
or a
no.
lady killer. Or
No,
both.
What happens is I actually kidnap people and make
I
it where
was
they
trying to-
can't go anywhere.
No, what I'm
And
saying
then put
is.
them in the soup.
No, what I'm saying is Lorcian's face is a natural, like, sweet bait, and he ends up getting caught in situations where it's gonna get him, it's gonna backfire on him hard, where he's gonna get pulled into conversations and fucking other, like, oh, you need to stay for dinner and spend some time with me, or situations like that. Like with female NPCs that are just start blushing. The unintentionally fucking.
I'm so sorry I did this, Cyrus. I was not expecting to get this whack. But I should have known as soon as Cole tried to explain anything, this shit went fucking sideways. Oh, fuck.
Is he dying? He's just.
Oh my
The silence.
god.
I have turned my microphone off because I am laughing too much. I'll be right back.
I'll just let you guys fucking wander the village.
Okay. You know what? This analogy's going nowhere.
I agree.
And you talk, and you give me shit for the way I talk.
Yeah, at least I can at least give coherent sentences and not end up making people think whatever Goblino thought over there.
I said hi.
That's true.
Okay. I'll just keep going. Just ignore that attentive analogy I tried to make Nightfall. It went nowhere.
Oh,
Just for
okay.
reference, I do not trap
Done.
women and turn them into soup.
Deleting all knowledge. Done. That was alarmingly fast.
Alrighty, so got like 5 other buildings we could check.
I am just gonna stand right here.
Okay.
Ah, my plan. The plan has worked perfectly.
It took me like an hour to put all those waypoints down, so she moves slowly. Fuck you. Fuck you and your plan.
Okay. Oh, great.
Oh. How dare you trick me?
Alright.
Fucking Marius leaving with his headphones again.
Oh, he's back.
Let's face it, Wario's headphones was a fucking mistake.
This headset's like 4 or 5 years old now, so the battery is in need of being replaced.
That's not what I meant. I meant just having them, because then when you leave, we can talk shit about you, and you can actually hear us talk shit about you.
Oh yeah, and there's also that.
And we know that you can hear us, so we do it even harder.
No.
Yeah, I just go to blow my nose, and you guys just start ripping on me.
Yeah, because you're a weak ass bitch.
For the stream areas. For the stream.
I call my coworkers weak ass bitches so much. I'm so amazed I have not been fired yet.
How? How the fuck? That's just. Are you that crucial that they can't fire you? You got
No,
technical immune?
It's because they're in Canada. It's not polite.
I mean, like,
Stereotypes that are not true aside for 500.
I mean, Cole, when you came up here and you asked the guy for a sack,
Yeah.
everybody in the shop was polite enough not to kick you in the balls. So.
Yeah. Anyway. Focusing the cringe beam away from me right now.
So as you guys approach the building that has no door.
Oh, you are right.
There's
Just
no
look at the building.
door.
Um.
I don't know which
Is the
side of this
goblin-
house the door is. I think it's behind this house.
Did they?
Telx built himself into the house. He has no escape.
I have been trapped in here for 10 years.
Did they forget to put a door on this one?
No, fuck you.
But he's only been here for 5 days. It's only been 5 days.
Starts aging rapidly. Oh. Anyways.
It says it right there.
Obligatory. Oh, there it is. It was a hidden one. Okay.
So as you guys approach the obligatory door, on your way in, on your way out, is Marisa.
Thank you very much for helping us.
One second.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'll do that. In a softer voice than I can speak, because my voice is now like destroyed after doing all those other characters. Oh, it was my pleasure. Is that it?
I'm drawing a blank. I'm trying. There's a lot of things I can ask about, but
The moment that she speaks, Kuzo's face just looks in confusion. I've heard that voice before.
oh yeah, maybe whenever she was talking to me.
No? What? What's different? What is... Immediately, Kuzo just eyes just start widening for a second.
As the two brain cells start to collide.
Kuzo just stops, freezes for a second. You actually hear his like breathing stop for a second. He's just frozen. Oh, he just realized something. He's not moving.
Yeah, hurry up and fucking realize it, dude!
Lorcian's gonna take a finger and just push it to Kuzo's face.
No response for a second. Immediately, hand just grips your hand. Like,
Sorry.
Nope.
Your hand. Wait, what?
Lorcian's hand's going like this to Kuzo's face.
Oh, you're grabbing Lorcian's hand. Okay.
Yep. Immediately, just Kuzo shakes his head.
Dex safe to have your arm not ripped off, Lorcian. No, I'm kidding. It would actually be strength.
Marisa from Torvis?
Yes, that's me.
Immediately. Just... Holy shit. Been years.
That is generally how the passage of time works.
Here lately.
Do they just
So
stop?
you two know each other?
I'm not sure. My memory is kind of fuzzy.
You seriously don't remember me? Your best friends growing up.
Try telling her your fucking name.
Marisa, it's me, Kuzo.
As he like flashes his horns on his head.
What?
Kuzo, of all the places, I haven't seen you in many a year. She kind of like stretches up, holds her hand up. Oh, you've gotten so tall.
Oh, well, I have. And you stay so short.
Did you like put your hand on her head? She immediately does the classic hand, like flail wildly. Bashfully, she kind of just like hits your chest, but accidentally does Novik impact and sends you fucking flying across the courtyard. As she just kind of like hits you. Kuzo crashes into yet another building.
They build around me. It's just like they're just sticking out.
Kuzo gets trapped in the walls.
Oh no.
Run, Kuzo!
Kuzo trying to pry himself free from the rubble. Nope.
I mean, if I really wanted to, I could roll for her damage.
Do it anyway.
Oh god.
Kuzo dies.
It's possible. I don't remember how strong Novik Impact was. It's just a cantrip, though. So it shouldn't be too strong. Yeah, it's only 51.
That's not that bad.
It's only a third of your health.
Not that bad. Not that bad.
Actually, a little under a third. Oh! Kind of covers face. Kuzo, I'm sorry.
You still pack a punch. fucking coughs up wood dust and shit.
You would not believe the amount of times that exact situation has played out.
Well, Kuzo was always prone to getting himself into shenanigans. He has a fair bit of bad luck, I guess you could say.
His luck's just
Yeah. Yeah, that bad luck's got me to quite a few shit shows over the past couple weeks.
Speaking of the past, where are we? What is this place, and why are you here? Why am I here? What's going on?
Okay, well, it's a long story, but first, welcome to the village of the Ascari.
This
The
is the
Ascari.
Raelix plane.
Raelix. Isn't Raelix was supposed to be like a mystical land beyond the forest of spirits?
Yep.
Well, welcome.
I'm like
We're on the other side of it.
morphing back into the goblin voice. God.
Voice damage too much today.
Yeah, no kidding, dude.
Well, welcome.
Well, thank you, I suppose. But like, how did I get here?
What's the last thing you remember?
Let me see here. Oh! I have to find one of my friends. We went to explore the desert, and then there was an explosion. And the next thing I know, I'm here.
I see. Lorcian is going to take out the second letter and hand it to her. Perhaps Kitsu.
Are you sure you want to do this?
No.
It's your okay. It's your decision, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't. You saying that doesn't makes me believe it is everything but fine.
How do I put this delicately? Give a short explanation. You've been under a form of mind control for I don't know how long.
Mind control? By who? How? What?
I do not know how it happened, but going off your description of just the sudden explosion, I'm guessing it had to have happened around then. As for the who, well, is there any scorch marks on the ground at all where the attack or the fighting was still left over? Or is that all?
Oh
cleaned
no,
up?
it's all like cleaned up with like freshly put down grass, like sod. Even new paved roads.
As for the who, well, we took care of them because they were controlling a bunch of other people and we're trying to attack here.
Those are the creatures that we fought, or I guess we fought. Yeah, we fought together earlier. They
Yeah,
were
the one-
attacking this.
Yeah, the one you
I assume this village. How long was I out? I remember when we fought those creatures. The village didn't look like this.
after we broke the control on you, you were out for 6 days. Or
Five.
no, you were out. No, you were out for 1 day, and then when you woke up and fought back, then we've been asleep for 5 more.
Oh, I've been feeling. Since then, I've been feeling kind of weak. I feel like a part of my power is missing. As you guys think back to what the Arbiter system said, attempting to stabilize, unknown power
Yeah.
source detected.
Mm-mm.
On top of that, extreme soul damage, and reorigination of soul may cause memory loss, inhibited memory.
For your power, I think it might come back slowly on its own. I'm not sure. Still trying to figure out exactly how the thing we use to free you functions.
Well, I see. Fortunately, I visited one of those goblins. What the fuck did I say her was? Harna, I believe her name was. She gave me, and she kind of like holds her arm up to kind of show off her outfit. She gave me some new clothes. So that's good.
Good.
Sorry. But what are you doing here, Kuzo? Last I saw you, you left with your family to the Zarn Alcove to become a great mage. You set out to break the stereotype of mages, that mages are always, weak and scrawny.
Instantly, well, she says, Kuzo just stops and freezes, like, was that it?
I thought it only natural as your fiance that I also I try to complete your dream as well. So I studied and mastered cosmic magic.
Kuzo, what's a fiance?
Oh.
You remember that spider analogy from before?
Oh no. Please, I'm trying to erase that from my mind.
Yeah, that was fucking whack.
Yeah. What?
Jesus Christ, this one's loud.
There is some gaps in my memory after all the head trauma I've had recently, but I don't... Fiance? What?
He has had
You guys-
a lot of head trauma.
Yeah, I just instantly
He's had
collapsed.
a lot of head trauma. Think back to last session where he was literally hitting himself in the face with rocks.
Kuzo just fucking collapses, like, oh.
Oh no, Kuzo! Nightfall
As,
flies down to his face.
You see Marisa, she kind of she tilts her head down a little bit so her hair kind of covers her eyes and it's just a shadow over her eyes. You guys feel an immense magic pressure building up. Kuzo, don't tell me you forgot our promise.
I didn't intentionally forget the promise. I didn't intentionally.
And you kind of feel like an immense heat forming, and as she takes a step, like the ground where her foot was is like on fire, and she takes another step, and the ground combusts, and she's slowly walking toward Kuzo. Kuzo's like trying to back away.
All right. Hang on just a second. He has an impeccable explanation for this.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
And your chunks of your soul burned out and torn apart by various different means. There's a little bit of damage to the memory.
had what? You've had soul. Who took your soul out?
Yeah, you vaporized them with Lorcian here.
Yeah.
Oh, you've vaporized them. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Let you tell me she vaporized your memories. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Pulling no punches, dude. Shit.
You're the one who destroyed my memories, dick shit. My God, I hear them.
Hear who? What?
Guinea
Guinea
pigs.
pigs.
They're laughing.
No, they're playing and having fun over there. Well, then I guess they got what they deserved. This is just me. Well, if you've lost some of your memories from having your soul ripped out, or as you say, that's unfortunate, but we can form new memories now.
Yeah. Hopefully ones with less head trauma to me. As I just said, I just grabbed like a chunk of splinter wood that was stuck in my head from getting launched into the wall.
I think those are always going to be a constant, Kuzo.
Damn it, I just turned to Lorcian. Am I gonna have to buy a helmet?
I would
for that.
I would have suggested that a while ago. And, well, breaking rocks with your head is a lot different than breaking them with your fist, Kuzo.
Kuzo, why are you breaking rocks with your head? Why are you breaking rocks to begin with? And why are you using your head for this? Oh, you were so reckless, even when we were kids. Hang on, let me fix your head for you. And, Lorcian, thinking back, she casts a very familiar spell. As you watch as Kuzo's head is taken apart, deconstructed, if you will. And then all of like the bits of like concrete and wood and stuff that's like embedded itself in his skin just falls out, and then his head is reconstructed. As you watch as Marisa has her hand up, and there's like all these arcane sigils kind of floating around her arm, and she like turns her hand over and closes her fist, and his head kind of comes back together. Please tell me you know what I'm referring to. Please.
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
Instant finishes, just see Kuzo just. Ooh!
And that is the second time he's had that happen.
Third time, actually.
Third? That's the third time that has happened to me. Ugh.
Jeez, third.
Yep, this is the third time that happened.
That's. Hey then.
It's a nifty little spell. My mother taught it to me. She called it Arcane Deconstruction.
Okay, thanks. If that's an exclusive spell that only you and your mother know, what?
Put two and two together, you're halfway there, Kuzo.
Where have we seen that one before?
Mia? Mavis?
No. Me? Oh shit, that's right. There's Mia back in Zorn Alcove.
Yup.
Mia! You've met Mia? Oh, I haven't seen her in so long.
Yeah,
Who is that?
She's my sister. Well, half-sister.
oh. Okay then. Didn't know you had a half-sister.
We have
Well-
the same mother, different father.
Nah,
Oh.
Well, that explains the deconstruction. I've been hit by that twice before.
Oh, so Mia's also learned the spell.
Yeah.
She too was also quite adept with magic.
Anyways, what was I saying before we rescrambled my brain again? Speaking of which, what do I remember now? Like, after...
Oh, yeah, I get...
I like to imagine it just took a minute for it to kick in. Just...
Roll me luck.
Alright.
That's a shame. You remember everything about Marisa.
Okay.
You do not remember your mage abilities, though.
Kuzo just stops for a second. Fucking face clenches up. And there's memories back. Ah. Ugh. Things have been... I've been all on journey recently. It's been... trip and a half, but...
That's to put it lightly.
Yeah, no kidding. You actually probably shouldn't talk about this here while in the middle of this square. Are they still just building over there, or are they just standing there
No,
staring?
they were all just standing there staring at you. They literally just watched your head come apart and be reassembled at an atomic level.
I could stop and turn and look.
What are you looking at?
You enjoyed the brain show.
Sorry, would you say something? What did you say?
I said, you enjoyed the brain show?
Yes.
Hey, note to self, find the goblins here some form of entertainment that isn't brain disassembly. Okay.
Well, Kuzo and friends, where are we going next?
Well, first, do you want me to explain this now, or do you want to explain where we're going? Because right now we have a rough idea of what we need to do to stop some, or at least, to put it short, save some dragon gods.
Ooh, sounds like fun. When do we leave?
What sort of supplies do you guys want to get first before we go? I turn to Nightfall and Lorcian.
Well, a great question.
My camera was crooked this entire time.
It wasn't, now it's crooked.
Is it?
Yep.
No, it's not straight.
Or it's not as
It's
crooked right
not
now.
facing the wall straight, Cole.
Oh.
It's good enough. It's also sitting on like a lamp strip that is like propped up with random bits of Velcro, so it's not exactly. It's like the lamp strip is crooked too. It's a whole mess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually properly mount it somewhere.
I've mostly got spells for what we need, except for food.
Quickly pull my backpack out and start looking at some of the ore chunks I still have on me. Yeah, I forgot I had some of this 2 infinium, this 2 silver, this quicksilver, and these 7 gold chunks. Probably should do something
Oh,
with these.
Kuzo, I don't know what kind of training you've been undergoing, but you can't eat these rocks.
He's
I
tried
know
before.
that. No, I haven't. No, I have not. I have not tried to eat rocks. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous.
Lorcian is just going to chuckle to himself as he starts to leave toward his house.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go donate these to the blacksmith. Hold on.
Donate!
I doubt he has gold, so
No, but you do.
7 chunks of it. Actually, maybe might be a better idea to keep these on me. Nice. Alrighty, well, we got all the. I think we'll be good to go soon-ish. Unless you guys want to get something ready here before.
Well, I mean, we could go now.
Alrighty, well, we're gonna have to figure out a way to.
By the way, this is what she looks like.
Alright. Alrighty then, we're gonna have to find a way to. Maybe estimate the skywall again. Straight to Vermilion?
That's going to the Zoran alcove.
The alcove be the
Then taking a boat to Vermilion Mountain, and then taking an airship from Vermilion Mountain to Skywall.
Alrighty then.
Oh, if it's Skywall you want to go to, if I can get to a teleport circle, I can teleport us there.
Well, there is one right inside of my house.
Oh, well then, shall we go, Kuzo?
Let's go. That saves us time. You should probably let the village chief know we're leaving.
Yeah. Lorcian's going to pop his head out of the door and just... Hey, Lothamar, we're heading out.
Oh, god damn it. You should explain. I just quickly, before he says that, I just stop him. Mention we're gonna be teleporting there.
Teleporting to Skywall.
Master Ryozo! Or Lorcian, I guess I should call you now. Are you departing already?
Yes, Rigard. We are departing.
Then, please wait a moment, as I have something for you! As he, stomps away. comes back after a few minutes, and you just hear bang, bang, bang. See, like, your door's, like, flexing under him, knocking on the door.
Okay, Rickard. And Lorcian will open the door.
He holds his box. I found this box out in the forest. It's rather cool, and it has some star-shaped herbs inside.
You guys oh my god.
Oh.
Thank you very, very much, Rickard.
Rickard, did you happen to see a giant red blade at all with that box, or?
I did not.
What
It
does
was
that
just
sound
this box sitting out in the forest. I thought it was suspicious. So many of us the goblins, used several sticks to poke it. It did not seem harmful at the time. So we decided to bring it to you. Figured it might be useful, or if anything, you could decipher what it's for.
Oh, we know what it's for. That was with us earlier.
This was ours, but thank you very, 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 very much, Rickard.
No problem, Ryoso. And I wish you best of luck. Please come back
Thank you.
soon.
An attempt will be made.
An attempt will be made.
Alright.
Closes door, opens door. I'm back. I'm kidding.
Careful.
Alright, a giant chest. How are we gonna carry this thing around?
Have I seen Nightfall shrink stuff?
Yeah, I imagine.
Can
I don't know,
Nightfall...
Maris, have they?
Yes, the +2 dagger.
There you go.
Can you shrink this trunk, Nightfall?
Oh wait. If you shrink that, would it shrink the herbs inside it, or would they be the same
Yes.
size?
I'll say it shrinks the stuff inside it.
I can only shrink things that belong to me.
Congratulations, it's yours.
You now own a big, cool chest.
But now I have to carry this.
I will carry it for you.
Oh, big brain move. You should just put it in void storage.
You told me no.
I told you it's a bad idea to store organic matter in void storage.
So yes, no. Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Lorcian. Nightfall kind of flies down to her chest of starfoil and proceeds to shrink it down to the same size that it would be to Kuzo, but for Nightfall's size. So it's probably like an inch tall.
Now, he gave you the chest, but not the starfoil inside.
Oh
So
no!
if you were to shrink it, you could only shrink stuff that's yours.
You
So you
can
shrink
have
the-
it all.
You would shrink
Our
the chest,
star-
but not the starfoil inside, so you just juice the starfoil.
The starfoil
kid-
is
I'm kidding.
ours as a group. It's ours as a group.
Hour.
Yeah.
This is really cool. It's like a big person object, but for me.
Lotion immediately takes it. Pocket. Now,
You can wear it
Our
as a neck.
Starfoil. It's
I hope,
our chest.
I hope you understand, with it in its shrunk state, the effectiveness of the starfoil inside it is also shrunk. And you need Nightfall to make it large again. Can Nightfall make
Alright.
it large again?
If she gives it away, I'm sure that the shrink, because it's not hers.
I'm not sure how if it works like that. You can shrink stuff that's your, but does the shrink? Does it stay shrunk? And that sounds like it's a DM ruling. I will say that if it's no longer yours, it will return to its normal size.
Okay, yeah. Now the rules for it are very wonky and oddly specific, but then oddly vague at the same time.
Where the hell is Nightfall? Oh, you're up there.
At the door.
Because it's not an outright ability to shrink into large objects.
It's okay. I'll probably go in and rewrite exactly how it works so that it's clearer and is specific to our use cases. I think they just kept it vague so it's adaptable to other games, but I'll adjust it.
Okay.
So as you guys gather in Lorcian's house, Marisa gives her, like, I guess we haven't been formally introduced, and she does like a bit of a curtsy, and Lorcian and Kuzo, it immediately reminds you of Mia, because Mia did the same thing back in the Zarnalco. I am Marisa Kirasame, and also Kuzo's fiancé.
Well, good to meet you. I am Lorcian Horiko. And he'll give a bow.
And she turns to you and does a curtsy.
Oh. I'm Nightfall, as Nightfall mimics the curtsy with the dress.
Oh yeah, you are wearing a dress. I don't know why I thought you were wearing like a fucking like adventure wear, like short shorts and stuff like that. That makes sense. Okay. It's very nice to meet you, Nightfall.
Likewise.
Lorcian, it dawns on you, the golems in Hyone's lab beneath the temple were saying something about how you're a temporal anomaly, and that the best course of action is to eradicate you. While in the Arbiter state, Nightfall had also suggested that the ESM be recharged at a laboratory that you can only assume is Skywall. Given what you know about Kyone's laboratory and the recommendation received from the golems there, you can educate a guess that the golems in Skywall might be weary of you. They might also view Kuzo and Kuzo and Lorcian as a temporal anomaly.
I don't know about going to Skywall.
Skywall. I've come to soccer, blah, 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 blah.
The golems.
It also dawns on you that while in the Arbiter state, Marisa Kirasame was also noted as a temporal anomaly, but she was quarantined, not... Her recommendation was not eradication, it was quarantine.
And those golems, if there are more there at this laboratory in Skywall, they could become hostile to myself. And you, Kuzo.
What? Thinks back to what just happened. Oh yeah, shit. Ah, fuck. About that. Maybe if we hold the cube out and keep it shown, they might not attack us.
Or maybe that gives them more incentive to attack us.
Wait a minute. That just crossed my mind. Hold up. What if we have the cube? The cube said there was this a recharging station in Skywall, right?
Uh-huh.
What if that's not the only one? Hey, Nightfall.
This Kuzo?
Here, come here. I hold the
Uh-oh.
cube out.
Oh, this thing again?
Touch it.
Touch the cube. Touch the button.
He touched the button.
Okay, Kuzo. As Nightfall hovers cautiously over to the cube. The last time she remembers that she didn't wake up after touching it.
Don't worry, you were not gonna pass out like
How
you
the hell
did.
would you remember that you didn't wake up after touching it?
Well, you touch the cube and then
Boom, different
Black.
place.
yeah.
You would remember the blackness. Well, I guess you would as you're coming out of it, I suppose. Okay, are you touching it? Are you gonna touch the thing?
Yes.
Oh, he touched the button.
Hang on, let me
Your words, not mine, Hunter.
Yeah, let's make fun of the guy who's trying to help you.
Arbiter System Overriding Entity Nightfall.
Attention, energy synergy matrix depleted. Recharge station R6Y1X compromised. Searching for new recharge station. Recharge station found. Recommendation. Recharge energy synergy matrix at Automaton Laboratory 5KYVV411.
Arbiter system, find another recharge station.
Query denied. Authorization level insufficient.
Listen, you try. Say what I just said.
Search for new recharge station.
Query denied, or I guess command denied. Authorization level insufficient.
Timothy, maybe?
I go right ahead, Timothy. Give it a whirl.
Timothy kind of crawls down your head and over to Nightfall. Hang on a second.
Oh no. Oh no. Bad timeline unlocked.
Timothy Pearl Street's the entire existence.
Arbiter system requesting search for new recharge station. Oh god, I need. Okay, here we go. Query denied. Authorization level insufficient. Override code T33M07H33. Override code accepted. Searching for new recharge station. Recharge station found. Recharge station recommendation. Recharge energy synergy matrix at recharge station D4RK401M3.
How in the fuck did you?
Oh.
This only answers. This Kuzo, stop with suggestions. You're only giving more questions than I have answers.
Alright then. Oh, look. Where is this recharge station?
Query denied.
Oh my
Authorization
God.
level insufficient.
Fuck it. Override code T33. M0. God damn it. T33M0 T433.
Error. Override code invalid.
Damn.
Returning to standby mode.
I just take the cube away from Nightfall. Hey.
Stan, why you keep getting me to do that? It doesn't do anything.
No, it does.
How the fuck, Timothy?
Well, it just did something that...
What?
I'll explain another time. Okay. So... You're right, that does create more questions. How in the...
Yeah!
Timothy, what? How do you have an override code? Did you just...
Do you guys want me to
Yeah.
write down what the next recharge station was?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was Darkholm.
Fucking... Damn it!
Fucking nerd.
Mirrors can't solve even the easiest puzzles, but he can solve that? What the fuck? Not like it's hard. If I really wanted to do it, I should have converted the data into hex code, and then I'd really fuck with all of you.
Oh god. Then hex code the binary.
No, if I really wanted to be evil, I could convert it to HLSL.
Oh no.
Maris is the only one who even knows what that is, and he can't even fucking read it.
And we all might as well just shoot ourselves at that point, boys.
So, Timothy, how do you have an override code?
Query denied. Authorization level insufficient.
No. I think I have very much
Okay.
sufficient
Hold up. The
authentication level.
moment he says that, I insight check to see if he's just being sarcastic ass. See if
Roll
he's...
Auto
insight.
pass.
Roll insight. Nope. He's being 100% truthful.
Timothy, how do you actually have an override code?
Query denied. Authorization level insufficient.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Let's complicate things immensely.
Timothy talking funny.
That's how you were talking when you touched the cube.
What? But I didn't say anything.
Exactly. You didn't.
But you just said I did.
Nightfall
Again.
now views Kuzo as a liar.
Technically, your body did, but your brain didn't.
What?
Don't worry about it, it's complicated. Magic mumbo jumbo.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it, Kuzo.
Alrighty. D4. Okay, so... What the fuck is this place now? D4RK 401 and 3. What the fuck?
If you can solve it as a person, you can solve it as a character.
Darkholm, okay.
I'm not even sure if Cole solved it or if it's just because Mary blurted it out.
No, I could tell right away when you said D4RK. I knew it was like, okay, Darkholm.
Yeah, I mean... I'm sorry, I don't know what number looks like a fucking R.
What is it? Unlike I keep having it being a 7.
Oh, I should use T9. I should use T9 for this. Shit, Cole, are you actually smart? Oh, buddy. Okay, yeah. Arbiter codes are gonna get way harder now. Why do you have a fucking word to phone?
I was
100%.
half tempted to bullshit say like I had my own override code of like Kuzo's name using that, but I didn't even. I was like, no way, that's gonna work.
Well, are we heading to Skywall? Or where are we going?
Darkholm.
Plans converted because our safety would not be guaranteed when we get there. So we're going to Darkholm for now. Until we can...
Why wouldn't our safety be guaranteed? To my understanding, Skywall is a very peaceful place.
It is, but it's apparently part of a facility for some very powerful individuals.
Part of a facility? It's a city. The floating city of Skywall.
Well, I got some secret somewhere, but I wanted to redirect us there. I mean, you heard the robotic voice. Ugh. Anyway, the point is, the golems there currently see me and Lorcian here as temporal anomalies, whatever the fuck that means. And their immediate suggestion is to eradicate on sight.
Oh, if you're temporal anomalies, it just means that your presence is causing a ripple in time.
How would one solve this ripple in time?
That's a tricky question. It depends what kind of ripple you're causing. In some cases, it could be that there's two of you existing. There's two of you existing in the same time space.
And what would be the best course of action to rectify that, besides removing one of them?
There isn't. Consider this, and she holds out both her hands. In one hand, it's like a ball of flame, and in the other hand, it's a ball of water. These two are opposite energies, and if they overlap and occupy the same space, what happens?
They turn to steam?
They cancel each other out.
They cancel each other out. If you were to ever meet, well, like I said, it depends what kind of an anomaly you are. If it's a ripple of time, and there's two of you in the same place, if you were to ever meet your alter self, you would either both of you would simultaneously just cancel each other out and cease to exist, or you would fuse and assimilate and become one person to rectify the anomaly.
And what is the percentage chance of canceling one another out over the other?
I have no idea. It depends. There's too many variables to count. How do you two meet? Are you two already aware of each other? Do you throw magic at each other? Do any of your spells collide? There's a plethora of variables that can change the outcome.
True.
So what would be the safest possible way if that were the case? Just not to encounter one another, or just to avoid one another at all costs?
The best bet is going to be trying to avoid each other as best you can. As long as if only one of you is aware of the other's presence, I don't think it'll be a problem. But if you both become aware of each other's presence, it could lead to disastrous effects.
Okay then.
Messing with time is a very dangerous thing, and you should only be done by those that really understand how it works.
Theoretically, then, would it be possible for me to just cover my face, and if we ever run into an alternate version of me, if there is one running around, and make them not realize he'd be looking at himself, basically, would it count then, or?
It's not so much about visual appearance. It's your presence, your magical signature, your pressure that you exert. If your pressures or your magical presence ever collides, you not necessarily through physical touch, but if you're in the same vicinity, you would either assimilate or destroy each other.
Pretty sure after I went through my magical signature is not the same as it used to be, so.
If there's multiple of you and one of the other ones were to die, the soul of the one that died would just be immediately assimilated into the soul of the living one. It would probably come to the form of maybe a dream, and you start seeing the world through the eyes of the one that perished. If you assimilate into one being while both conscious, it will be horrifically painful, but the ripple in time would be rectified because there's only one creature occupying a time space. One of one kind. There can't be two of the same thing. It's not like twins, because while twins look the same, they aren't the same person. There are lots of things about them that are different and don't cause a ripple in time.
Okay then. So, gotta keep an eye out just in case there's another me running around. Yes, okay.
So
Hey,
my
friends.
bitch,
There is
Yes.
there is another type of temporal anomaly.
What?
It's, I guess you could consider a disease. If you haphazardly jump through time, you can contract it as your body kind of starts to break apart. It's unable to maintain its structure. It's called endomaria, and effectively your body is breaking apart at a cellular level.
is there any way to fix it?
Once you
Yes.
contract it, as far as I know, at least as far as I can remember, there's no known cure for it. If you're haphazardly jumping through time, you can contract it, and it's lethal.
Every time?
Not necessarily every time, but the risk increases the more you jump through time.
Let's see, how many time loops did we go through that one time?
Oh! I'm not ready for that conversation.
Time loops.
Yeah, there was a situation a little while back where we ended up getting stuck in some sort of time loop, where every time we died, we'd end up being rewound back to the start of another day.
That, I mean, that's possible. That could cause the disease. However, whatever's sending you back through time like that must have been a very powerful thing. And if it sent, did it send you back to the exact same moment every time?
Every time.
Yep. The
So
only
it sounds like it was calculated. So it wasn't haphazardly jumping forward and back through time. You always went back in time the same amount, or the same distance. So it's unlikely you contracted it, but I mean, it's possible. If you would like, I could check.
Sure. rather not fall
You see,
apart.
she raises her hand, and you see those same arcane sigils start to appear down her forearm. You know what's coming. You know it's coming.
Oh no. Mentally prepare myself.
And you see now it appears on the other hand, and Kuzo kind of levitates, and she pulls her hands apart, and Nightfall, you also see Kuzo just gets, like, turned into... He still maintains his shape, but he looks like a cloud.
Lorcian's going to hold up 4 fingers now.
He's counting. No, Kuzo, you look okay. And she closes her hands again, and you kind of just like back together.
That makes 4.
And then she turns her head over to Lorcian.
Nope.
Check him anyway.
No, thank you. If you don't have it, then why would I?
Is that an honest question?
Yes, actually. Now that you mention it.
Well, there's genetics at play here, you know, what kind of races you are, what type of powers do you have, what caused you to go back and forth through time, your susceptibility to diseases, your resilience against infections.
Well, as you said, if I have it, you can't cure it anyway. And I'm pretty sure I'd be feeling some side effects from it after a week or 2.
Not necessarily. It can... Anomaria can lie dormant for long times before you actually feel it. Usually if you start feeling side effects, you'll be near death.
Yeah, let's have you checked. Maybe you can finally fucking feel what it's like after not getting hit. After I got hit that 4 fucking times now.
Kuzo doesn't even care if Lorcian is fucking infected. He just wants him to suffer the way he has.
That's all that he wants.
Walk up. Doing while he's being indecisive. Gets indecisive like that a lot.
I am not the only one.
Kuzo, this spell is very complicated. If he starts squirming while I'm channeling it, I could make a mistake and reassemble him incorrectly. And that could be lethal. I will only do it if he is willing. It's better to be safe than sorry.
Now, just before we get into that, if, say it's the other kind of this temporal anomaly, and is this going to have any kind of effect on me then?
Sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to ask.
Trying to ask is if she does this and it turns out to be I'm the other kind of temporal anomaly, is it going to have this a
temporal the temporal anomaly as in a disease, or temporal anomaly as in there's 2 of you?
As in there's 2 of me.
So you're asking if she deconstructs you, will there be a side effect? Or will it affect the other one?
Or will there be some sort of negative consequence? Yes.
Not that I can think of. You're not dying, and if there is another you, it's not in the area.
Great.
We know there was one around. I was
trying to find. Oh.
Yeah, we knew that into the village.
Well, Lorcian, would you like me to check to see if if you have the disease or not?
Alright, fine.
Hold up, Timothy, come here. You don't want to get hit by this. It'll be fine, but you don't want to get taken apart.
Yes, you would like to get off of me. This is going to be very unpleasant for us both, if you're here.
And once again, she has the sigil start forming down her arm. And she holds her hands, and you watch as Ryozo is kind of pulled apart. And you see she kind of like, think like Doctor Strange, she's like turning her hands and stuff. And you see like different parts of Lorcian get assembled back together. And it looks like she's trying to hone in on something in his chest. And she hones in on Lorcian's heart. And it looks like the heart is bleeding.
That's pretty cool.
She gets like, you watch as like the blood like drains from her face. And she kind of like turns her hands and puts Lorcian back together. Oh, you look okay.
All right.
Alright, then let's let that out of the way. I guess let's head through the Forest of Spirits and start making our way to Darkholm.
Yep.
Alrighty. I think that's a good stopping point then.
I bet he's taking a shit and he can hear us on the fucking...
If this fucker is taking a shit in the middle of your long rest,
I mean,
we're like 10 minutes into the game and he's fucking already taking.
There
Hey,
he
he's
is.
back.
He was taking a shit. He
Oh
was.
fuck!
That's gonna make it into the YouTube recording, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, I can cut it out, but I'm not going to.
Please.
Buddy, this session is probably gonna be like 8 fucking hours, man. I gotta scrub through all of that. Anyways,